knowing it's too busy. Lindy, can we bow our heads where we are just for a moment? Thank you very much, honorable members and officials. The meeting is formally opened. I wish to welcome everyone. The meeting is especially on this August. I wish to welcome everyone. The meeting Women's Month and this day of our last day of the Women's Month. I wish to welcome honorable members. It was month, and this day never enjoyed this month. So many things every morning when you open up the TV, when you listen to people crying, phoning you, you have something that has happened overnight. I don't know what causes this, and I don't know on when is it going to stop. But let's soldier on and not give up, knowing exactly that as the president of the country is always insisting that this thing we cannot, as honorable members and officials, to curb it alone. It needs a civil society. It needs everyone, business people, community people, and community leaders. They need to assist us. It is very bad. I'm not very happy. I never enjoyed it. Every day I was crossing fingers on exactly what is it that I'm going to hear that is new and that is strategic. Otherwise, comrade, let's focus now. Tomorrow is the Heritage Month, which we have to remember our roots. We must, as people, know where do we come from, and also know where are we right now and where are we going forward. So it is critical for us to remember those things. So we have to celebrate and commemorate these heritages and heritage days throughout the country. Hope that things will be getting better and better. Thank you ever so much, comrades. I'm not going to make long speeches. You know that you are welcome with warm hands by us as honorable members and as officials. I also wish to acknowledge if there are observers from the side of the NPOs, NGOs, but let's remind them that they are not supposed to participate in this meeting. They are only observing the proceedings and just to cascade down the information. And they must also know that we are discussing these critical things that they think they are affecting them. So thank you ever so much. I would like to give over to Lindiwe to confirm the attendance. Thanks, over to you, Lindy.
Thank you very much, Chair. Members, Abraham is up. I don't know whether you would want to acknowledge Chair before I proceed, Chair.
Pardon, Lindy, member?
Abraham's Chair, her hand is up. I don't know when you want me to acknowledge her before I proceed.
Okay, just proceed with the attendance, Lindy. I'm going to give her.
Okay, Chair. Good morning. Good morning, officials and the stakeholders in attendance. Chair, today is the 31st of August. I would want to acknowledge the following members of Parliament serving this committee. We have you, Chairperson, as the member of this committee. We have member Stock, we have member Aris, we have member Abrahams, we have member Mare, we have member Bilankulu, we have member Masango, and we have member Briet. Those are the members in presence. And Chair, I wish to confirm that we are a quorum in this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lindy. let's give over to the officials, the minister in particular, to confirm the attendance if she is present with us.
Chair, good morning. Yes, Minister Zulu is in attendance. I know she had a bit of she's in between cabinet and the meeting, but I know she's in attendance here at the moment.
Okay. And with your team? Oh, your team, can you confirm the attendance in your team?
Yes, no, thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, I confirm that the team is in the meeting, and we are both the department as well as the agencies represented by the CEOs and the executive management of the department and that of the agencies is in attendance as well. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Acting DG. Then can we recognize the hand of Honorable Alex before we get into the apologies?
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to you and good morning to colleagues. Chairperson, it's just a matter that also yesterday we are being referred to as comrades, and this morning in your open address you've mentioned you've called us comrades twice.
Oh, I'm sorry for that.
And now the minister has just blasphemed on the platform as well. She's taken the Lord's name in vain, and I'm deeply offended by that. So, Chairperson, we aren't comrades in this platform, we are members.
Thank you very much for that, honorable members. Let me repeat, good morning, honorable members, and rephrase on what I have said. I'm sorry about that. Yes, I know for a fact that sometimes, you know, the slip of the tongue happens, but I really apologize for that. You know, and I know that you are honorable members. Thank you very much, honorable members and officials that are present in the meeting, and CEOs and everybody who's there in the meeting. Can we then proceed with that? Yeah. Where are we? We are on apologies, honorable. I will say Honorable Lindy, even to you, Lindy, our Secretary of the Portfolio Committee. Apologies. Lindy Upumile, she has been kicked off by the...
I wish to record Chair?
Yes.
Chairperson, can you hear me? Members? Okay.
Yes, official
Chair,
Secretary of the committee, Lindy.
Thank you very much, Chair. I wish to confirm the apologies, Chair, that were officially submitted to me. We have member Sukars who indicated that she won't be with us today due to prior commitments. Another apology is from member Fanda Merve. She's attending a funeral today. Another apology is member Opperman, who was unable to attend yesterday. She's continuing with the by-election in her constituency. Chair, we also received an apology from Jengana, our legal advisor, stating that she's also been engaged in another meeting, and due to capacity challenge, he won't be with us today, and he humbly requests maybe the committee to consider to defer his agenda item. Also, Chair, to report that the resolution to send a formal complaint communication to the legal services stating the concern of the committee around the lack of capacity. That letter was brought to the attention of the legal services. Thank you very much, Chair.
It's this thing of the absence of the legal advisor really disadvantages us. But yeah, thank you very much for those apologies. Let's also get the apologies from the side of the department and also the entities acting. DG?
Honorable Chair, honorable members, I think the only apology, I know that the minister is in cabinet as well, so she may be able to, she may step in and out of the meeting. I've not seen the deputy minister. I'm just checking with the team to check quickly where she may be. And my apologies, and then we'll come back to you. But from the entities, we are fully constituted. CFOs, CEOs, and the executive management is all in attendance, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ADG. Can we then get an honorable member who will accept these apologies as they have been tabled? Honorable Stock.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. My comrade as well, Honorable Mvana, Comrade Mvana. I move for the of the apologies. To me, you are a comrade and you will remain a comrade. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Stock has moved and accept the apologies as they have been tabled. Any seconder? Honorable Bridget Masangu. Oh, where is the hand of Honorable? Yes, Honorable.
I would like to second. Good morning,
Okay.
Chair.
Morning,
And
morning.
colleague. I would like to second the adoption of the agenda of the apologies. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, colleague and Honorable Masango Bridget. She has seconded the acceptance of these apologies that have been tabled. Can we then, Lindy, can we request the secretary to flight the agenda so that I remember where we are right now? There is it now from the apologies. We are on the adoption of the agenda. The agenda is as it has been flighted. Yeah, I'm not going to read it. Everyone is able to see it. Can we then get the honorable member who will accept and adopt the agenda? Honorable Bridget?
Thank you, Chair. I would like in accepting the agenda to just confirm with the chair that excludes the last parts of the agenda which speak to the motion of desirability of the fundraising amendment bill. Is that it?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, Bridget. Though we understand that we'll be having some traveling to the parliament at that time, but it is our wish that we be flexible and try to finish up the agenda. But I'm worried that if we pack this agenda and postpone it and defer it, it also piles up our work. Whilst we know, I know for a fact that we'll definitely have to get into that. And then when we get into that, if we see that the time is against us, then it's ours that will say that let's defer it, let's do that, let's do it. It's upon us.
My
Honorable
apologies,
Masango.
Chair.
Yes.
Yes, I was saying, I understood Lindy to say that there will not be a parliamentary legal advisor today. So those two items have to be deferred. And that was on the basis of which I said, I accept the agenda with that change. Did I understand it correctly?
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. But Lindy, is there no one from
Thank
the
you, Chair.
legal side? No one
Chair.
is present from the legal side from the parliament?
There's no one, Chair. There's no one.
Okay.
Chair, another, maybe the consideration the committee can embark on because of the clashes on Wednesday, if the committee can consider to have just a short meeting on Friday, just from 9 to 11 to do the remaining items, because it requires a legal person to be present to guide the process. So maybe the committee can have a discussion on that, the short meeting for Friday, this coming.
Chairperson.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
these guys.
Now we hear you, Lindy, but the only challenge with that is that we definitely sure that the legal advisor from the parliament will be present on that day. Maybe we have to find out so that we schedule this meeting for that Friday for those few hours or 2 hours or less than that. Okay, Polnit. Honorable
Good morning.
Polnit.
Good morning, Chair. I hope you all are well, members. You know what, Chair, we had a week long of preparation for the starting of Parliament. We had training session, and this very problem was discussed in the training session, that the legal advisors are never available of Parliament. The same thing happened when we had the Children's Amendment Bill. They messed us around. Every time they're there, then they send someone else, and then someone else doesn't know what is happening. So we must really sort this thing out, because it's keeping our progress behind, because every time they are saying they are available, then they're not available. Then they send someone else. And this thing was addressed at the training center, and they promise they're going to work on that thing. But we are just starting, and it is done again. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much, Polnit, for that comment. As Lindy has read already, that we have written to the legal advice, but we are not going to relax without having a concrete answer of whom exactly are they sending when Mr. Mchangane is not, because we can't really chop and change, as Honorable Polnit has said. But I agree with taking or defer the issues that will need a legal advisor. Honorable Stock.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I move for the adoption of the agenda with the changes as proposed by Honorable Masango. That the items where the legal advisor must be deferred until we get a legal advisor for the meeting. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I move. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Stock. We have really to take forward this thing, because it really affects our agendas and our program. Lindy, can we go to the following item, the next item? Oh, before that, now that the minister, now that the minister is present in a meeting, it's a norm to give her to do the political overview, knowing and understanding that he will do that slip off of the meeting or slip out of the meeting and join the other meeting. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Honorable Mvana. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development, my Deputy Minister, Henrietta Bokopane Zulu. I'm not yet sure, Chair, whether she's managed to join or not. the Acting Director General of Social Development, Mr. Mchunu, the Chief Executive Officer of SASSA, Dotsi Memela Kambula, the Acting Chief Executive Officer of the National Development Agency, Mr. Bongani Makongo, senior managers and of officials of the department, and the entities, as we call ourselves, the DSD portfolio, fellow South Africans. Honorable Chair, the first thing that I need to deal with is an issue that was raised by Honorable Abrahams. May I, Honorable Chair, indicate that I'm apologizing to her personally if she felt offended by anything that I said. I never intend and I never work with negativity around me. If I offended her, I wish to apologize. I wish to indicate, Chair, that we all built this South Africa and we can only build it by being South African citizens who understand and appreciate each other. And if I offended her, I sincerely apologize. As I'm about to render my remarks leading to the presentation by the department, SASSA and the NDA, I wish to also request, Chair, if it is possible, because I could not interfere with your processes of adoption of the agenda, I'd like to make a request, Chair, that we give NDA first to make a presentation before SASSA, because usually NDA is quicker and SASSA is much more longer. And if that is accepted, it will be handled by the acting DG. As I indicated, as the DG indicated, Chairperson, I'm in this meeting, but I'm also on the other side, and I put an apology to come and be here, and then I will then go back to the other meeting of Cabinet. Chairperson, as I indicated, we are here with respect to their action plans in response to the findings and recommendations of the Auditor General of South Africa. On this last day of Women's Month, please allow me to pay homage to past, present, and future generations of all women of South Africa. Indeed, this may be the day of Women's Month, a month that was set aside to commemorate the lives, achievements, and challenges of women, but it certainly marks the continuation of the cause of women into the next 365 days until we enter Women's Month in 2023. And we all are aware, Chairperson, that government took a decision that fighting for the emancipation of women and fighting gender-based violence and all other ills that affect women, we said it must be 365 days, and we all take responsibility for it. Honorable Chairperson and members, I thank you for the opportunity to present action plans of the Department of Social Development, SASSA, and the NDA in response to the audit findings and recommendations of the Auditor General of South Africa. I also want to indicate, Chairperson, here that we have done everything we can on my side from the ministry's points to always meet with the Auditor General, because we appreciate and understand the role of the Auditor General. We never miss those meetings, because whatever findings are there, we need to be able to make sure that we find ways, remedial action that we need to put in place. In the past 3 financial years, the NDA made improvements on a number of findings by the Auditor General. The number of NDA's audit findings dropped from the 38 in 2019-2020 financial year to 10 in the 2021-2022 financial year. All the findings from the previous financial years have been resolved by the NDA over the years, including the past 3 financial years. The NDA has maintained an unqualified audit opinion. Most of the findings that relate to the NDA had to do with compliance to supply chain management processes. In response, the NDA has strengthened the capacity of its supply chain management function through 1, training its staff, 2, appointing capacity and reviewing its function, its supply chain policies and standard operating procedures. Consequently, the number of audit findings was reduced significantly. SASSA, on the other hand, SASSA obtained an unqualified audit outcome with findings for the 2021 financial year. The Auditor General found that the executive authority, meaning myself, the audit committee, as well as the internal audit provided adequate assurance levels. The AGSA also found that there was slow response in improving the controls in SASSA, and that owing to vacancies in key positions not being filled over a long period of time, SASSA experienced instabilities whenever employees were leaving the organization. This requires immediate attention. Of the 77 audit investigations, corrective actions that the Auditor General recommended SASSA to implement during the 2021 financial year, 60 or 93% of them have been completed. The outstanding 5 relate to the following: 1, the slow implementation of consequence management; 2, unresolved improvement of ICT security firewalls; 3, verification relating to the special COVID-19 SRD grant database; and 4, the need for external quality assessment of internal audit function. With regards to irregular expenditure cases, as at 31st July 2022, SASSA had 221 cases that are worth 512 million that are awaiting condonation by the National Treasury. Whereas SASSA still has about 187 outstanding cases where corrective and actions need to be finalized, collectively amounting to 448 million. The relevant project plans have been developed to the purpose of their finalization. These plans are continuously being monitored and reported on. May I also, Chairperson, take this opportunity to indicate that my office and that of the DM, we are not only just getting the annual plans of the departments, we are also getting operational plans from a point of view of making sure that this accountability that one needs to take at all time, one understands all due processes. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, please receive the department's SASSA and the NDA action plans that respond to the audit findings and recommendations of the Auditor General for your due consideration and engagement, as will be presented both by the department, acting DG together with his staff, the SASSA CEO, as well as the NDA CEO. I will, Chairperson, find time when I'm done presenting the other side, come back again here so that I can listen particularly to the concerns that are raised by members. I wish to thank you very much, respectfully.
Thank you very much, Minister. Yeah, we are excused for the cabinet. We understand that. We just appreciate your presence because at all times we try to have some hours with you showing the respect to the committee and prioritization. Thanks. Over to you, ADG. And whoever is going to start, we depend on you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And let me once again greet honorable members. I'm going to ask the Secretary to please allow Sibuya Kakaza to share the presentation. And I think the Minister has really laid the platform for us to be able to then take the committee into confidence in terms of the findings of the AGSA from the AGSA for the year 2020-2021. Whilst we look for the presentation, just one or two things I want to state, but maybe we have to go to the first slide because I'm talking to the slide. Thanks once again. Let me, at the inception, really appreciate the support from the Minister and the Deputy Minister, the executive management of both the organization, the DSD, as well as its implementing agencies, SASSA and NDA in the main. But let me also extend...
Chairperson, sorry to interrupt, Chairperson.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
Good morning, Chairperson. Chairperson,
Morning.
you know what? The presenter has started to present, but the reality is that the presentation of DSD, we couldn't open it. The presentation did never open it, and even the NDA. The presentation of SASSA, it did open, but however, the presentation of SASSA
Can the AG explain what has been said? But I think, I don't know where we were supposed to ask that because I didn't experience anything, but it doesn't mean that honorable members experience something and they can't echo it and ask for explanation on that. Acting DG?
Stop share. Thank you very much, Chair. It's in the red, Sivuwe. The red. Thanks very much, Chair. Yeah, maybe I can say two things. And thank you for raising the matter, Honorable Aris. The first is that the process-wise, we submit the presentation to the committee and not to individual members, to the secretary rather. Would have thought that if there was a challenge with regards to the processing of the documents, then that matter would be raised to the secretary, and the secretary would in turn inform us. But to date, from the date we submitted the presentation, we have not been alerted that there's been a challenge with regards to opening the presentation. But we apologize sincerely for that. We're not sure what happened. Others were able to open it in the same format in which it was transmitted. But I think just maybe going forward, we would get guidance from the secretary in the event that there's this challenge in terms of opening the presentations, so that we're able to address that as quickly as possible. With regards to the context of the presentation from SASSA, let me assure the honourable member that it's not to fool any of the honourable members of the committee. It's just that the way in which it's done, it's largely would be numbers because of the nature of the business. But I think we go into a lot more detail, but we take the guidance that we should include much more narratives into such presentations and not necessarily just numbers to make it easier for members of the committee. We take the guidance and we'll accordingly take that forward in future, Chair. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Please simplify it for everyone to understand next time. But when you present it, you must make it a point that you simplify it so that the honorable members understand on what is it those numbers are meant for. Thank you very much for that. Exactly, that's what I said. I didn't have any problem to open it up. I don't know, maybe there was something as the AG is explaining about it. But members, honorable members, if you are encountering anything in terms of the documents that have been sent to you, let's not hesitate to contact Lindiwe and find out what has happened so that Lindiwe is able to check with the department and also resend the documents so that we are able to read the documents prior to the meeting. Thank you, Honorable Aris, by raising that. Can you continue, AG? AG?
Thank you very much, Comrade Chair. Now, the presentation, I'm not sure whether has you been allowed to share? We will share now. We'll go to the first page, the first slide, and let me just paint a picture or two with regards to the presentation that we will receive now. But Chair, I will also be in your hands in terms of whether you want the committee to deliberate after each of the presentations or after all three have been done. We're in your hands in that. Chair, we're presenting, as the Minister has indicated in her remarks, the 2020-2021 financial year outcomes of the Auditor General for the DSD portfolio, and how we have, of course, taken through the findings and addressed the findings in moving forward. It's just a few points. Firstly, we did receive a clean audit from the Auditor General for the year 2020-2021, and I was attesting and putting forward our appreciation to the Minister, the Deputy Minister, the executive leadership of the organization and the agencies, but also I was appreciating our Audit Committee, our Risk Committee, and the various governance structures that are important in guiding the department when it comes to preparing such, whether it be the financial statements and other related matters that relate to the AG in the main. We must appreciate their support that they've provided, and indeed the guidance and wisdom, but I must also appreciate the audit, the portfolio committee for the guidance that you have also given to us in shaping the manner in which we approach each of the financial years, insofar as the targets, but also insofar as how we should be dealing with certain things within the context of your own of oversight that you provide to us. Now, during this financial year, the number of actions that were taken, if you go to the next slide, this slide, the number of actions that were taken by the department related to improvement of the finance by the AG. The financial misconduct policy, which was issued by the National Treasury, of course, is now fully implemented and is in action. The colleagues in the department are fully aware of it. Of course, this also guides us in terms of corrective measures that need to be taken. Of course, it deals with the Treasury's framework on irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. And then we've also put in place preventative controls that we've developed. These are coming from the AGSA, but more than just putting them together, we've workshopped these through the assistance of the Treasury and the AGSA to all senior managers in the department. We've also asked that all senior managers go for ethics training so that we are able to be conscious of matters that pertain to irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, but more so that we act in a way that is ethical as an organization. We've also highlighted that the preventative controls go beyond the finance unit. These are to be implemented by all, the entire organization, irrespective of rank and irrespective of whether colleagues are in finance or outside of finance, because they touch on all those important matters. We facilitated, coordinated, and provided guidance and advisory services in terms of audit queries through the implementation and monitoring of our action plans. And I think one of the most important things we've done is that we've developed the audit strategy, which essentially we'll be talking to the outcomes of in this meeting to address the findings by the AG. We've consulted, this was consulted rather and supported by the audit committee as well. We've also instituted disciplinary action against officials, and CFO will talk to these matters, and where we found where those are found to be liable for irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, and we'll talk to these in more detail in the presentation. Of course, cases were referred to finance for recovery and to labor for further action, who were found liable for financial misconduct through the recommendations of the Loss Control Committee, which is operational in the department as well. Of course, we do remain concerned about repeat findings, particularly those that deal with assets, those within the IT environment, those that deal with contract management, and most importantly, those that are within the supply chain management purview, particularly in terms of non-compliance to procurement processes. We worry about that. We've taken a decisive action around some of these issues by putting in much stronger controls and by making sure that we are able to improve the environment that we operate in. Of course, I want to just indicate also a very important point, honorable members, that during this financial year, it's important to highlight that we as the department received additional allocations for immediate relief in the main from COVID-19. And so we, for example, received an additional 33 billion rands for the SRD extension. We received an additional 496 million rands for the presidential employment stimulus package, and we received an additional 75 million rand for the appointment of social workers during this period. It's important that I highlight these as additional allocations because we were not prepared for all of these when COVID hit, and they would have put us under significant pressure to ensure that our systems are robust and in place and effective and efficient to spend these funds accordingly in line with the PFMA and legislation. And I think that we've learned a number of lessons through those aspects as well. And so that's an important contextual analysis to put forward in that over and above the ordinary funds that we received, we received additional fundings for these measures, and you would see that some of the findings that the AG would have put forward actually emanate there from some of these additional aspects. And of course, now we have put measures in place to be able to address this. Chair, just as I asked the CFO to take us through the balance of the presentation, I must indicate that we, as a department, and indeed our agencies, certainly remain committed to ensuring that we strengthen internal controls that will assist us in adhering to the PFMA, treasury regulations, and various policies within the organization. I believe that we've set the right tone at the appropriate level, trickling all the way down, and to ensure that staff adhere to all laws and regulations, but also we have improved in terms of taking consequence management against the defaulters or those who have put the department into a position where that had a ripple effect on the AG having findings. So we've done that. I must just indicate that we have, from the 57 findings, as the Minister indicated, 9 are in progress, the 48 have been resolved by the end of 2021. And of course, to date, we've resolved the bulk of the 9 that remain outstanding. I think there's just about 4, if I'm not mistaken now, and those relate to labor-related matters, and some, of course, also mostly, in fact, towards the 350 grant, because I think it's important that I also highlight that because of the transfer that we provide to SASSA, anything that happens to SASSA inevitably affects the department's books. Whatever happens in terms of the finances at SASSA, it reflects in our books, whether negative, whether positive, and so on and so forth. So, Chair, let me ask then the CFO to take us to the next slide. If you go to the next slide on the audit outcomes fund.
Thank you, DG, and good morning, honourable members and honourable chairperson. The next slide that illustrates basically the consistent audit outcome that we had from 1920. We had a clean audit. However, there were some issues that the AG still had raised, although we had a clean audit, that there were still issues around financial and performance management related to non-compliance of the procurement and contract management, as the DG indicated. We have to look at the root cause of these findings to ensure that these things doesn't repeat itself in the outer financial years. There was also the risk areas in terms of supply chain performance information and information systems that the AG has raised. Supply chain, there is issues of the procurement process that we follow, what internal controls do we have in place. Performance information, we still have some issues that we AG request the evidence in terms of performance information. It's still lagging behind, or it comes in very late. And then information systems, we all know, work with various information systems, and access control remains a problem in terms of password security and this type of information. So as DG indicated, for 2021, we had 757 audit findings. What we've done on a monthly basis, even as much as every second week, we had audit steer committee meetings where we've looked at all these audit findings, looked at the root causes, what preventative controls should we implement, and ensure that it doesn't repeat itself in the outer financial year. So of the 57 findings that we have had, we've already resolved 48 by financial year end. The 9, I'm only going to speak about the 9 that's still work in progress. As DG indicated, some of them have been resolved in the prior financial year. So let me, although all the slides are there in terms of the 9 plus the 48, I will only concentrate on the 9 findings that are still unresolved or still work in progress. So the first one is our big one, the 350 grants, the additional allocations that we received for the COVID special grant, 350. The issue that we had there is when SASSA run these databases for verification in terms of applications, it's not in sync with the ones that the AG has run and that the AG has raised an audit finding in terms of this. But we have since then We've been engaging also in the prior financial year with the AG to ensure that this is in sync. It's about the timing in terms of this, but we've ensured that it's been resolved since the continuation. The second one, in terms of suppliers, in which senior managers interest, this is the one where senior managers need to disclose in terms of the annual disclosure. So they haven't disclosed that they are either a part of an organization or a service provider. So for this specific one, the hearings were held already on 25th of May. The employer has pleaded guilty, and there is also action against this employee in terms of mitigation and aggravation. The non-disclosures, these organs were stated by DSD employees. So there were 3 DSD employees that didn't disclose their interest in business in terms of with government. So it was, in terms of the 3 cases, the one person has unfortunately passed away. The other case, the person has resigned as a director of that specific service provider. And the third official that was found, there was no records found of this person doing business with any other service provider. So for the first case, the hearing is continued. The hearing was set for the 16th of May. The employer requested the legal representation. The chair then ruled the legal representation on the 27th. Hearing is still in progress, and for the other 2 cases, we're still awaiting evidence in terms of that. Then on our assets, this remains a problem for DSD. We're looking at the assets that was acquired but never used, so it can lead to wasteful expenditure. This has been reported to internal control for investigation. The National Treasury, we've went to the National Treasury in terms of granting that is approval that we could dispose in terms of this asset. It relates to a windy house that was procured for a shelter in the Eastern Cape. So that shelter, windy house, was then basically transferred to that specific shelter. Then the asset verification not performed. The disposal committee met in the month of March. Disposal process has been finalized by March this year. Again, National Treasury has granted approval to dispose in terms of this. It relates to the white door or shelter, again, in the northwest. And National Treasury has granted us approval to basically dispose the specific asset to the northwest. The issue on the 30 days, still a major problem for DSD in terms of this. What we have done is we've implemented the invoice tracking system, whereby all service providers send their invoices to one central point. We've got an official that monitors and manages the specific emails that's coming in for the invoices on a daily basis. This was already implemented on the 18th of October 2021, and we're currently monitoring this system. However, there is still some issues that we have with service providers sending to the relevant program manager. But we have since then ensured that once we send out the RQs or we send out the order, that our orders already indicates that this is the central point for invoices to be submitted. The other matter is currently on our contract management. The issue that we have there is about the capacity. We do have a manual system that we look at all the contracts that's currently in the department. However, we do not have a dedicated person in terms of managing our contracts. What we've appointed, when does the contracts lapse, what is the timeframes and the performance requirements in terms of this. So what we will do is to ensure that we implement an automated system in terms of contract management and see if we can get additional capacity to ensure that contract management is monitored on a daily basis in terms of this. But that will be in line of the DSD structure review. On program change management, it's about the fast track system that we had. We've implemented fast track a few years ago from a service provider for the management of our assets. Unfortunately, the service provider and us couldn't agree in terms of the way the system should operate, and then we have since terminated our services with Fast Track. What we've done in this year is that we've appointed an outside service provider to come and do our asset verification, to do a proper system in terms of this, and we were thinking of outsourcing the specific area in terms of supply chain to do assets verification and asset management in terms of this. However, our issue is here with National Treasury. They are trying to micromanage us in what system we should procure. We need to grant approval for that, but we will sort it out in terms of this. The last one is on the NDA. The AG has raised the finding that the composition of the board is not adequate for the NDA. The memorandum for the appointment of the board members has been submitted to Cabinet and will be considered. It's not yet currently as in terms of being done in the Cabinet. Then, Chairperson, the issues that we had in terms of condonement, there were 10 cases that we've submitted to the National Treasury for condonement, which relates to non-compliance of various areas. The amounts are stated there. Let me go you one by one. For the first one, non-compliance, there was no 3 quotations that were sourced. The order was issued before the service was rendered. It was 74,000. The second one relates to the award to the supplier in which the senior manager had interest. That was 50,000. Third one, procurement of goods and services deliberately split a lesser value to avoid competitive bidding. We've, however, felt that this was quite unfair in terms of the AG. This was a specific one because we had procured laptops, and it was about a timing issue, but we had to procure it urgently. They felt that we're splitting the request for quotations. However, the 764 in 2021, anything about 500,000 was supposed to go out on the tender, so that has since been adjusted. Then there was lack of 3 quotations in RFQs, that's 99,000. Award supplier that was non-tax compliant was 369. And then the one relates to the award of the supplier which employed an interest was 25. Non-compliance with subcontracting requirements in terms of the partition of the National Treasury transversal contract was 600,000. There was a small amount of 1,700 with a duplicate payment. That, then the declaration of interest in terms of the SPD forms, and then lack of 3 quotation, non-compliant and supplyment processes was 105,000. So these were the 10 cases that we have submitted to National Treasury. The total value comes to 3.1 million. Next slide. Total value comes to 3.1 million. In terms of that, the issue that we want to raise here, Chairperson, is that all of these are irregular expenditure. The services were rendered. There was no loss to the department. The prices were paid, and it was reasonable in terms of market related, and it was fair. So the irregular expenditure only relies to non-compliance in terms of supply chain processes. The National Treasury has unfortunately not granted us approval to condone this irregular expenditure. They felt there was no evidence of future preventative measures as stated, and no evidence of consequence management as directed by the Section 51 of PFMA. So these things we need to put in place going forward to ensure that once we again submit cases for condonement to irregular expenditure, we need to ensure and prove to the National Treasury that we've done our part to ensure there's evidence of consequence management, there is evidence, preventative measures, our internal controls are working in terms of this. So these have been done in this financial year. Chair, in terms of the other slides, I'm not going to go through it because it's the other 48. It's just that what seems that we resolved. if there's issues in terms of this, you are welcome to raise questions in terms of this, but let me not go through in terms of the various, the 48 that's remaining, that was also resolved prior to the financial year. Then just in terms of recommendations, the last slide, thank you, Saviwe. So I want the portfolio committee to note the audit outcome for DST for 2021. Also note the 80 findings raised for the relevant areas that I presented, the actions that we've taken and progress made on the 9 outstanding and the 48 resolved, and then the 9 outstanding findings as DG indicated, 4 of them or 5 of them have already been resolved in the 21-22 financial year. And when we present the outcome for 2021-22, we can give progress in terms of the outcome of that. Chairperson, thank you very much. This concludes the presentation for the National Department of DST.
Thank you very much. Lindy, what is the next item?
I think we will
There's a lot that needs to be asked.
Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay, there are 3 presentations before the committee, so you want to take the next one as that you can follow that order.
The next one, what is the next one?
The next one, Chair, is the National Development Agency. I'm going to ask the CEO, Magongo. CEO, can you take the presentation?
I have. It's only reflecting here.
The next presentation will be done by the NDA Chair. CFO and acting DG, acting CEO.
Sorry, through you, Chair, who must I put as the co-host for NDA? And then so that I can just connect them now. To flight
I think you're asking from me. From the
can I ask, through you, Chair, can I request that you give access to Miss Karen Muten, the CFO, Karen Muten. She's in the meeting, so that she can light our presentation.
Okay, thank you.
It's done, Chair.
All right, carry on. Whoever is mandated to do that.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, members of the Portfolio Committee, the Minister, the ADG, the CEO of SASA, and all the colleagues. I'm Bongan Magongo, the Acting CEO and Interim Accounting Authority of the NDA. We will present our 2020 and to 2021 audit outcomes findings from the AGSA. Whilst we are trying to put up the presentation, I'm not sure whether it is working. Through you, Chair, I can just start talking about the context and the background to the presentation. The CFO will present on our behalf the 2021 audit findings. But as they put up the presentation, I just want to start by just quickly going through the background of the NDA. As we all know, you can move to the next page. We all know NDA is the Schedule 3 public entity and is governed by both Chapter 6 of the PFMA and the NDA Act, which defines the roles and responsibilities of the accounting structures. You can move to the next page, the accounting structures of the agency. I'm not sure it's not moving on my side. You can put it in a slide mode and move it. Thank you. And therefore, the accounting authority is the key accounting structure of the entity. And it has to comply with all the requirements that are outlined in both the PFMA and
Will you, excuse me, will you please enlarge the font so that it can be visible?
Just put it on a slide mode. Slide
Yeah.
mode. Yeah, in the slide mode, yes. There. I'm not sure why it is not.
Open up again, open up again. Or enlarge it a little bit. No. It was better before.
Or enlarge it on your right side. Yeah, there.
Yeah, that's better.
And therefore, the accounting authority reports to Parliament through the Minister of Social Development. And the administrative accountability lies with the Chief Executive Officer, who is the accounting officer of the institution. But just to go through quickly the contextual analysis of the National Development Agency during the 2020-21 year. The first thing is the restrictions that came with COVID due to the state of emergency required the systems and processes of the NDA to be agile and respond effectively because we were operating within an emergency situation. So we had to introduce new tools to assist us to deal with supply chain requirements, which in some cases may take a very long process to get to the product you're looking for or service you're looking for. So we had to look at other virtual platforms to engage on issues that relates to supply chain. And that required us to make significant investments on technology. And we had to also adjust some of the processes that are required by the National Treasury without committing non-compliance based on prescripts and guidelines for procurement. The main challenge was relating to a service delivery, because service delivery at the NDA is guided by the NDA Act and policies that then allows us to execute service delivery. As we all know that during that period, we had to respond fast because people were under pressure. We had to fund projects very quickly, plan, fund, and get them on the ground. As a result, there were a couple of non-compliance in that process and resulting in in irregular expenditure that was incurred based on not following the process and procedures required by the Act and required by our own policies for grant funding. The next slide. Just to continue and maybe note that we learned lessons out of the 2021 audit in terms of how can we improve and be agile in terms of reducing both irregular and fruitless expenditure, and to put interventions that included appointing additional staff at the in SCM, simplifying the processes, policies, guidelines, and standard operation procedures for grant funding, and ensure that they remain compliant, and it's very difficult to find a space to create shortcuts that will end up giving us a non-compliance. And we provided training to all staff for both the revised policies and standard operation procedures for supply chain. And we really improved the processes for responding to irregular expenditure. Because NDA was coming from a very high irregular expenditure, which has never been addressed for quite a long time. So we had to start to set up the structures that can assist us to quickly deal with both the previous year's irregular expenditures and the ones that were found to have occurred in years which audits are being made. At the end of 2021, we had an irregular expenditure of about 175 million, dating back for more than 10 years. So we had set up an independent loss control committee just to focus on removing, on dealing, responding, and removing those irregular expenditures. By the end of 2021-22, we had managed to remove 98 million of that 175 million. And we are currently in advanced processes of removing another 62 million of those expenditures, including the 2021 expenditure that was incurred. I will then, through you, Chairperson, request the CFO to just take us through the next slide, starting from the summaries of 2021 audit outcome to the end of our presentation. Through you, Chair, Madam Muthen, can you just take us quickly through the slides that follow?
Okay, no, thank you, CEO. And good morning, Honorable Chair and members. In terms of the outcome summary, the audit outcome summary, the NDA achieved an unqualified audit opinion with findings for the 2021 financial year. And this audit outcome reflects an improvement on the 2019-20 audit outcome, relating mainly to performance information, detection of instances of non-compliance, and there were also no material instances of non-compliance with SCM legislation, and the quality of submitted financial statements also remained good. The AG did not identify any material findings on the usefulness and reliability of the reported performance information for Program 2, which is the CSO development, and this is our main operational program. The AG also found that effective and appropriate steps were not taken to prevent irregular expenditure amounting to 29.4 million, which was incurred in the 2021 financial year. And the majority of this irregular expenditure was caused by payments or accruals on the volunteer program, which was implemented without board approval. On the next slide, so this slide presents the status of the risk areas and internal control. So the key risk areas we identified as non-compliance with the PFMA, as well as supply chain management legislation. And these areas required attention. And management also did not adequately review compliance with operational policies and applicable legislation to prevent irregular expenditure. On the next slide, so this slide reflects an improvement in the 2021 audit outcome in comparison with the 1920 audit outcome. And it also reflects the status of performance of the assurance providers. And you will see that the first and second levels of assurance, you will be able to observe that the assurance provided by these assurance providers was assessed as good, which is the green status. And there was a significant improvement in the assurance levels provided by senior management and the audit committee. On the next slide, in terms of the 2021 irregular expenditure, so the AG found or assessed that the implementation of action plans to prevent the incurrence of irregular expenditure, as well as compliance with applicable legislation, was not adequately monitored and reviewed by management. And this resulted in the NTA incurring 29.4 million of irregular expenditure, which was disclosed in the annual financial statements. And what management has since put in place are various controls to monitor compliance of SCM processes with legislation, processes to detect and prevent irregular expenditure in a proactive manner. The NTA has also cancelled a number of recurring non-compliant contracts and has also increased the capacity of its SCM unit through the appointment of a compliance officer as well as other SCM officers, and has also undertaken retraining of the SCM staff as well as bid committee members in efforts to improve bid committee processes and the implementation of SCM compliance controls. On the next slide, in terms of the fraud risk factors, so the AG identified the following fraud risk factors, one being non-compliance with SCM legislation, and the other being the allegations and the misappropriation of CSO funding on the CARA program as fraud risk factors. On the next slide, in terms of the summary of the audit findings, so there were no findings that affected the auditor's report. And in total, the NTA had 16 findings. Of that, 12 related to were classified as findings related to other important matters. So under other important matters, we had 4 findings in the finance area, which mainly related to disclosure on the annual financial statements. We had 4 findings in the SCM area, and that related to a bid that was not advertised for a minimum period of 21 days. There was also non-compliance with the preferential procurement regulations, one finding relating to subcontracting, and the other finding relating to an expired BBBE certificate. We had 2 findings in HR, one relating to an acting allowance that was incorrectly calculated, as well as a performance contract that was not signed on time. And we had 2 findings in the Office of the CEO, one relating to the Audit Committee TORs, and the other relating to performance information, where the indicator definition did not have a clear and unambiguous meaning. And then we had 4 findings that were administrative findings, those related to overtime calculated incorrectly, leave that did not collaborate with the supporting documentation, as well as the 2 findings relating to the SCM policy, which was not reviewed on time in the previous financial year. So of those findings, 94%, meaning 15 out of the 16 findings, have been completed, resolved, and have been verified by internal auditors having been resolved. And one finding is partially complete that relates to the reporting of our BE compliance to the BBBE Commission, and that will be undertaken in relation to the 21-22 financial year, where we've just completed our BE verification outcome, and that will be reported in the annual report. And then I'm not going to go to the other slides in relation to the details of the findings. I'm going to move on to slide 27, which talks to our irregular expenditure. So in relation to the irregular expenditure that we were carrying forward in the 2021 financial year, that was 145.9 million. We then incurred 29.4 million in the 2021 financial year, which brought up our balance to 175.4 million, which was carried forward into the 21-22 financial year. Now in the 21-22 financial year, we had a significant drop of irregular expenditure recorded to 701,000. And then also in the 21-22 financial year, we then applied for condonation of 98 of irregular transactions to the value of 98.7 million. And approval was granted by National Treasury in the 21-22 financial year to condone these transactions, and they were subsequently removed from our annual financial statements. And the balance that we are currently reporting or carrying forward in our financials is a balance of 77.3 million. Now, of the irregular expenditure that was condoned, we had a number of items that related to prior financial years where employees had left the employ of the NDA. And what we needed to show National Treasury was that these transactions were sourced at a market-related value, and that we have subsequently implemented internal controls to prevent the recurrence of such irregular expenditure. And we have provided the evidence to National Treasury of this. Of the amount of 98.7 million that was condoned, 64%, which is 63 million, related to office leases, and 12%, which is 11.5 million, related to IT communication. And that is the end of our presentation from the NDA Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next presentation, Lindy.
I think the CEO of SAS is ready to take the next presentation.
And thank you very much. Thanks, DG. Thank you very much, Chair and honorable members. Thanks for the opportunity for us to engage on the 2021 Audit Action Plan and give feedback to Parliament in terms of what it is that we've done. I first would like to apologize for having submitted only the high-level document instead of the Word document, which is available and ready, which we will also provide to the administration so that it doesn't look like these things were hiding from the portfolio committee, which was definitely not the intention. So I just thought it was important to echo the intention of the team and also what the DG advised earlier on. So we will provide the Word document. The key high-level issues, Chair, that I thought was that I needed to highlight was on the issue of irregular and fruitless expenditure. To say, as an organization, we're tracking well. When we report on the next annual report, we'll be able to indicate as to what has happened in terms of performance in that regard. But a lot has been done in terms of putting focus. Some of the issues were still awaiting National Treasury for them to approve those. On the issue of the vacant posts, also thought it was very important, Chair, to also indicate the context. I believe the portfolio committee is aware of the fact that we're going through a business process re-engineering, and in terms of some of the high-level posts, we feel strongly that we should not actually fill them now until we have done proper organizational redesign and we know as to where we're going to take the organization for the future. We've tried to do our best to ensure that in areas where controls needs to be put in place, that we have strong people that are acting in those roles to make sure that the work still happens. We have done a lot of work also on the training side with regards to the culture and making sure that we can create an enabling culture for the organization, but also have done a lot of work on the training side, both on the PFMA side and ethics, where we did the training for all the people that are at management decision making, to make sure that we can improve not only the control environment, but the understanding of what the requirements are. We did receive an unqualified audit with findings, particularly on the performance information. We're doing a lot of work to make sure that our control environment and systems are in place for us to be able to do better in future as we manage this area, because it's become ICT has become a key enabler for us, and we're looking at huge investments that we need to do so that we can make sure that we are able to improve on reporting, but also can make sure that there's ease of pulling information when we need to report. I will then hand over to the CFO to do the detailed report, and we'll talk to the details, Chair, that the members have indicated they don't understand the numbers, but the CFO will speak to it. Over to you, CFO. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, when are you going to send the ready document?
We will send it immediately.
Are you able
Yes,
to
we will
circulate it and send it to Lindy right now, so that if it is
Yes,
possible,
yes.
we can circulate to members? Thank you.
Okay, Chair, we'll definitely do that. Thank you very much. Over to you, CFO. Can we get the team to send the detailed document in?
Through you, Chair, who must I put as a co-host to flag the presentation?
To the CFO, Tsageriwa Chauke, I had sent an SMS. Apologies, Lindy.
Oh, she is in Chauke. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's in.
He's a co-host. We can proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CEO, for this opportunity, and I just want to also acknowledge the chairperson for giving us this opportunity to make a presentation to the honorable members. The CEO has already touched some of the issues that I will be dealing with in detail, but also assisting the honorable members to follow the presentation. We will be able to get the Word document that gives the details of what we're presenting, which is on the high level. I'm not sure, Chair, can I confirm that if you are able to see the presentation?
Yes, we are able to see it. It's clear.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is the presentation line, Honorable Chair. We want to brief the portfolio committee on the progress report on the 2020-2021. Chair, my starting point will be the audit outcome. So this dashboard, Honorable Chair, is what the Auditor General has made as a summary of the findings with regard to the SASSA audit of the year 2020-2021. You will note on the top right left corner that you will see that the audit outcomes have been an unqualified audit opinion with findings. On the right, you will see the levels of assurance, with the executive authority providing a full assurance, and with the accounting officer and senior manager providing some level of assurance. But on the extreme right, you will see that the audit committee and the internal audit function within the organization, is green, which means that they provided the level of assurance that would be required and expected. Just at the bottom of this dashboard, Chair, on the left-hand side, you will find that the AG's findings or the risk assessment is on two main areas. One was that they believe that the audit outcome is influenced by the slow response in improving the internal controls or implementing the internal controls. The second part is what the CEO has already spoken about, which is the instability that is led by the vacancies. I think the minister did indicate this. If you were to look in terms of the risk areas and the summary of the risk areas, you will have seen that in terms of the quality of financial statements, it was confirmed that it is green, which is good, but they said, well, the issue of the performance information need intervention immediately. Supply chain management, they identified as a concerning area. In terms of the financial health, they say that SASSA is okay. The financial position of SASSA is good, but the human resource management is of concern and is linked primarily with the instability around the vacancies. When you look in terms of the ICT, they said it is also of concern. I think on the right hand side, where they talk about the status of drivers, of note, what you will see, I will only speak about the areas of intervention where intervention is required. Within the leadership, I think you'll see that they said oversight is required. I think I can remind the honorable members that as SASSA, you will have about 10 operating segments. It's made of head office, and there are about 9 regions. And under the regions, we also have about 46 districts. And under the districts, we have about just under 400 local offices. And that is an operating model that we need. And they said we need to look at how all these levels are interfacing with each other. Within the financial performance, they spoke about the proper record keeping, which means that it's a turnaround time to produce the documents, but also to look at how the documents are kept within the organization. And they spoke about the compliance monitoring, that they found that there is some sort of a gap when it comes to compliance monitoring. On the governance side, I think you will see on the right hand side that both the risk management function, the internal audit function, and the oversight function from the audit committee, all of the three are green, which means that they are at an expected level. So I will come to this table's chair, which is on slide number 5. The slide number 5, the top table, which is what I'm presenting now, it does indicate the level or the number of findings per area of operation that were found by the Auditor General. So within finance, just for example, you have 42 of the findings that are affecting the finance branch, and then you will have 6 affecting the strategy and business development. In total, for the year was 71. And the table below, it is actually indicating of those findings that were found by the Auditor General, how many were then resolved. You will see that, for example, in the Eastern Cape, we have had 7 findings, and all the findings within the Eastern Cape, 7 of them were actually resolved. I think we have kept one line there, which indicate the total corrective action still in progress. I think you will see that it has got a yellow there, which means that these are the areas that will not have been completed by the end of March 2022. So you'll see that it's Gauteng and head office. Those are the 5 that are affected. But the rest, in terms of the percentage of corrective actions implemented, all of them are at 100% except the Gauteng and the head office, and that's set at 93%. On the next slides that honorable members were saying that it's confusing. We took the 93% that was achieved and we broken to indicate which areas of audit queries were affected. I can give an example on this slide, which is under finance. We're saying that effective steps not taken to prevent irregular expenditure. And in this instance, there were issues of leases that were continuing actually to affect the irregular expenditure. And this audit were found in the following areas: one in the Eastern Cape, in Gauteng, in KZN, in the Limpopo province, in Mpumalanga, and they total 7 in terms of that. So the green color that we've indicated was just to confirm to the honorable members and to the committee that those issues were dealt with in those areas. So that's what the green and the one will mean, to say that yes, in this area, this audit query affected the following areas. So we did not want to expand on it on it because we thought that it is resolved. But I think, Chair, we can be able to provide the detailed report. The description of the finding is the finding itself. The areas where this finding was made by the Auditor General, we indicating if it is in a region, it's in the region. When it's in the head office, was in the head office. And that is what the slides, Chair, represent. Where you see that we have given the yellow color represent the work in progress, which I will be dealing with. So we focus primarily on the work on progress. And when I get into those slides, I think I should be able to share more information to the honorable members. So in this instance, just like 17.1 as an example, that you see irregular expenditure, long outstanding cases not resolved and finalized within reasonable time. We'll see that at least is still a yellow, so it means that it has not been resolved. And the one with the fruitless has not been resolved. So I did not want to spend more time on it, but if the committee want me to talk about it, what we did in each one of them, I can go through that, but it will take a bit of time. So we thought that we could be able to just give that high level. But if the committee and the chairperson so direct, I can be able to deal with that. So that is what the slides to this level will represent. And then I felt that I can deal largely with the work in progress, which is the areas that we have not finalized as SASSA. So this is still in terms of that. So let me start with the first area where it's work in progress, which is of the 5 areas that we have not completed the audit action plan. The AG has already said that there are long outstanding irregular expenditure cases that were not resolved by the time that they audited. And we committed in this instance that we will develop and implement a project plan to finalize the backlog cases. The reasons why we could not deal with it, I think if the honorable members will, I can remind them that we committed that we'll deal with 95% of these cases during the 21-22 financial year, which is the previous financial year. And we said that the fact that we did not attend to the 95%, these are the challenges that we faced as an organization. One is that some of the cases are not straightforward, they're complex. 2, there are cases that were also investigated by the other external parties, third parties like the public protector. And therefore, you will not be able to conclude, or the SIU, you will not be able to conclude on that matter until you get the outcome of the third party investigation. Number 3 is that, yes, we understand that we have had a lot of backlog cases, and therefore dealing with them, it required a bit of more time. But also in terms of those that we are actually in the disciplinary process, some of the processes require the postponement of the hearing for administrative issues or things raised by the employees, which delays the finalization. When we closed the year 2020-21, Honorable Chair, we closed the year with 937 cases. Of those 937 cases, we managed to deal with disciplinary corrective measures of those cases at 829. So 829 of the 937 cases were able to start and implement the corrective disciplinary measures, which the AG will refer to to consequence management, which makes about 88.47%. And you will note that, Honorable Chair, that if ever then there were no any additional case, the cases that would have closed the year 21-22 with, it will have only been 108 cases that would have been outstanding. We believe that we do not meet the target of 95%, but I think if the honorable members can consider the amount of effort that we have put in it, we're very deliberate from management to try and resolve these cases, as the committee has already directed that we need to resolve and also advise the minister. So the 108 cases obviously will fall part of the 22-23. Of those cases that I spoke about, which is the 108 cases, we believe that will form part of the implementation plans to finalize them during the year 22-23. Of the 937 cases that we see on the screen, Honorable Chair, 730 of those cases were irregular expenditure. So in the irregular expenditure, we met the target of 95% as we committed, because out of the 771 cases of irregular expenditure, 730 cases were resolved. It resolved in the issue that the corrective disciplinary process were taken against all officials. And however, some of the cases are still with Treasury for condonation. As I've indicated, the residual cases will form part of the 22-23. On the area which the AG has said that the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, long outstanding cases are not resolved on time, we also committed ourselves to say we'll develop and implement a project plan to finalize them. I indicated that the variations are most similar to those that are currently affecting irregular expenditure. Included in that is that there are cases that are before the courts. So if you have cases that are before the courts, you can't finalize them until you get the court outcome, because then you will at least be prematurely dealing with that matter and concluding on it. So we believe that some of the cases are dependent on the court processes. But of those 38 cases which are fruitless and wasteful expenditure when we close the year 2020-2021, 24 of those cases were finalized, which is 63%, and the rest will be forming part of the 22-23, but with the rider that says that some of them may be affected by the court processes. But those that are not affected by the court processes, we believe that we should be able to close all those backlog cases during the year 22-23. The third area where we have not concluded the audit action plan, it is the issue of the appointment of an external quality assurance. And this is the issue of saying that after every 5 years, the internal audit function must be evaluated by or assessed by an independent person to be able to give assurance that the functioning of the internal audit function is in terms of the required standard. But then we need to really procure the services of that external quality assurance or assessment. What are the challenges that were faced in not concluding this? One of the issues, which is the major one, was the non-responsive of bids. We went out to try and appoint the service provider 3 times. The first time we used the quotation process because we thought that it will be less than 500,000 rand. We realized when the quotations came that the proposal is about 500,000 rand. Then we considered that Treasury could at least we can get approval to go to the Institute of Internal Auditors to be able to provide that assurance as a body that is responsible for internal audit function. But Treasury did not approve of that, and they said that there are also other service providers that can provide such a service. We went on a competitive bidding process, and the bidders that were responded, there were non-responses, all of them. While we're at the implementation of this, we appointed the General Manager Internal Audit that is responsible for the internal audit function, just like AG has said. And part of the recommendations that we have received was to say that we should not appoint this external quality assurance, but let us ask Treasury to perform a readiness assessment on SASSA before the external quality assurance. So the readiness assessment will give indication whether we are ready to be externally assessed. A letter was written to Treasury, and Treasury has agreed that they will at least assist us to perform a readiness assessment on SASSA. Once Treasury gave us a verdict or an assistance or a report to say that we can get an external assessment done, then we'll appoint the service provider. So once we get the outcome of the Treasury process will come, Honorable Chair, with two things. One, it can say that you are not ready, please correct the following in terms of the internal audit function. Or two, you are ready, therefore we can conclude on the appointment of an external assessment service provider. And that will be able to take that decision possibly during the third and fourth quarter of this financial year. The fourth area that, Chair, we did not conclude on, which is we deem to be work in progress, is the element of network security, which is the firewall assessment, as the Minister has given this. This is the findings that we have received, that management should be able to avoid the use of the clear text protocol within their own systems. And they said, well, where possible, SASSA firewall services, we should be able to review them. And we need to replace the HTTP with HTTPS, which is the domain that we need to do that, and the platforms. But also we needed to really consider the rules of the firewalls in terms of accessing the SASSA environment. What has been the challenge in this regard is that although we have received the recommendation, we did note that it is a major configuration and a change within the SASSA environment, which affects both the business and financial systems. And therefore, it needed a comprehensive strategy to deal with it. And what we have done was to allow ICT to really prepare a document for consideration by ESCO. And we have agreed on a phased-in approach to deal with in segments. And this is what we have committed to do. But we've also been mindful of the changing system requirements with the coming of the grant, the 350 grant, which needed further development of the systems. And we needed to assess also the impact of that within the ICT environment. And therefore, we have settled on a phased in, which means that we have to deal with it in segments instead of having the big boom. What we also did, Chair, was also to work with some of the partners that can come and give the assurance of our own systems in that environment. And we did receive some of the recommendations from those kind of service providers, including the work that we did with FinMac Trust. The last one that was not concluded, because I've already said that of the 71 commitments that were made as management, 66 were successfully resolved, but 5 remain outstanding, and this is what I'm presenting to the committee. Is the updated 350 grant exceptions as at the 31st of March 2021. So there were findings that happened within the environment of the special grant, the 350. And what we did commit as an organization, we did indicate that we'll have to have a continuous discussion, both with the AG and the department. From the department, it has to do with the policy, and with the AG is to make commitment in terms of their recommendation. Part of what we struggled with in this environment was the difference of opinion between ourselves and the AG. Some in the use of the database, but also in the access of database. Honorable Chair, we do take note that SASSA has limitations in terms of the direct access to databases. Because when we access databases for the 350, we always do that with the collaboration of different entities and government entities. And they have to really follow certain protocols. But the AG, because of the Audit Act, it allows them unlimited access to the databases and the information at the disposal of the state entities, which in terms of the SASSA Act, we do not enjoy the same rights to every database. We'll have to write, we have to collaborate, we'll have to engage with different departments and different stakeholders. So that process itself takes a bit of time. But what we've done as a current engagement, One is to really, we have engaged with the department. I think the DG spoke about that kind of environment, that with the environment within SASSA, it differs from time to time. So we've engaged with the department, we got guidance on the databases, we got the support from the department, we have engaged with various stakeholders around the access. But also, we also needed to investigate where there has been a problem with regard to intrusion errors. Intrusion errors where the AG thought that we have paid people that we should not have paid. That process, the tedious process that need engagement with the Department of Public Service and Administration, but not only with that department, but with also fellow departments and entities that we need to collaborate just to validate whether the person is in the employment of that institution or not, which is a process. But what we can confirm to the committee is that we went ahead and we had signed MOUs with key affected organizations and departments on the protocols on sharing of information. We will continue to engage with the AG on this because the one biggest problem, Honorable Chair, was that the timing difference between the time that we make a payment and the time the auditor audits, you find that the information is not the same. So let me give an example. If I use the database from UIF, the database that I will have used to qualify people for payment, it is not the same database that the AG will have access about the same period of time. So AG will have a benefit of more clear database, more refined database, and the database that I will have received at the time, you may find that at the time it had gaps. So we're not using the same database. Under normal circumstances, if you audit, you must audit using the same information that I use to make a decision. So if you use a different information to make a decision, you will arrive at a different conclusion. And this the engagement that we're trying to really map up and agree with the AG. Those are the 5 areas, Honorable Chair, that we have not concluded as SASSA. But the committee also asked us to really share with the committee the cases that are currently placed before National Treasury for consideration and for condonation. This is a summary of the cases that we have. We have broken it per area, which means that per region, and the year in which it was submitted to National Treasury. You will see that we have got in the Free State, just for example, that during 2019-2020, we submitted 6 cases, and KZN in 2019-20, we submitted 120 cases. These cases are still with Treasury. We're still engaging with them. A decision has not been made by Treasury. The only recent cases that we submitted are the cases relating to a head office that you see that there's 2, and there is 1 that relates to the 419. There are 2 cases, one case that we have submitted for Treasury, which is the one for ELCB. And in this instance, I think we needed guidance on the interpretation of the prescript to say that if a transaction is off foot and it's happening, and there's a change of the process on the legislation, do you cancel and restart that, or you conclude that transaction based on the prevailing prescripts? And that part we're still waiting for Treasury to come back. And there are about 7 of the transactions relating to social relief of distress that we needed to get. So in total, it's 221 cases that I think the minister spoke about, the CEO spoke about it, to the value of 512 million. The committee also further asked us, what is the nature of these cases, or what is the nature of the transgressions that these cases are involved? In the Free State, the 6 cases relate to the ICT projects that were finalized without a business case. As part of the internal process is that if you were to procure something that is new, you need to develop a business case, and that business case must be approved, and therefore you can only start with the procurement. In this instance, the procurement happened and it complied with the other procurement processes, but the business case, which is an internal requirement, it was not done at the time. The affected employee is deceased, and that's the reason why we could not take much more of the corrective measures. In the KZN, of the 120 cases worth 32 million, these were the transgressions related to the CIDP. So when we implemented the local office improvement project in the year 2022, 23, 23, 24, 2014, 12, 2013, 2013, 2014, when we implemented most of those projects, which is the local office improvement, I think during that time, we did the refurbishment of local offices. We bought furniture in that. We did the tiling. We did the painting. What we did not do as SASSA was that we ran that process following a supply chain management process, not following a construction-related procurement process. So the procurement-related, the CIDB requires that, one, we must classify the work, whether it's a general building work, whether this work is a civil work, whether this is a structural work. And if ever it is a general building work, then we must go to the CIDB to be able to choose the relevant suppliers that are registered and within the correct grading. So although we followed the normal supply chain management, we did not comply with the CIDB Act. In other instances, we found that work was not done by the relevant grade. In other instances, work was done by a combination of the general building and electrical when it is only a building work. So the selection was not necessarily correct. So these are the issues that we have done. So we're saying that the two officials were issued with a verbal warning while the one has resigned. And this I can just give Chair. It was for the first time that SASSA implemented much of the capital projects. And it was a learning curve within the organization. In the Northern Cape, the 28 cases worth just under 2 million rand. These were the cases of expired leases. In other words, currently SASSA, in terms of the immovable property management policy, we are not supposed to be doing procurement of office accommodation, except if we are procuring from state institutions. But if we were to really procure from the private landlords, that must be done by Public Works. So in this instance, the work to procure new lease of office accommodation was not concluded, and therefore we have provided training in that regard. In the Western Cape, there were 9 cases. That's about 113,000 rand, and this relates to the expired service points contract. In the Western Cape, we have a different operating methodology, that most of the properties that we use are actually from the municipality, and the municipality has always refused, the city of Cape Town has always refused to have a long-term lease agreement with SASSA. But from time to time, we want to utilize their properties, and at that particular point, the lease will have expired. And in other instances, we're struggling to negotiate a long-term lease with the city of Cape Town. And Gauteng we had 19 cases, about 19 million that we're talking about. And this is the issue of the medical assessments that were done. So this is the procurement of the doctors. So the procurement of the doctors, we procure through the expression of interest. But during that time, we did not necessarily open it up in the market and be able to do that. Then we negotiated thinking that the quotation process would be the right vehicle to do that. And we have to date noted that one of the officials involved has resigned. The other 2 were issued with warning letters based on the consideration of the circumstances. In head office, there are 3 cases that is 19 million, and this to do with an extension of the ICT contract without going on tender. I think this is the cases that we have asked on the implementation of the new prescript, because the extension was done following the existing prescripts. But in between, and in particular, if I were to really give this context, Honorable Chair, in 2016, we received that there will be a new instruction note during April, and the instruction note number 3 of 2016-17 will be effective from the 1st of May. But these transactions were already in the office of the CEO for approval, and it was approved. But when it was approved, I think there's been an issue with the auditors to say that we should have cancelled it and reissue these processes. But the understanding is that any prescript cannot be backdated. It cannot be implemented retrospectively. So if a transaction has been established or started with a particular process, should be concluded with that. So we're asking the guidance from Treasury on those and for Treasury to give us clarity. In the case at end, there are 11 cases that relates to expert leases. I've already spoken about the circumstances of it. I don't need to repeat myself on that. And then in the Western Cape, there's about 12 cases, about 750,000. These were the issues of the expert service points. I've already spoken about the circumstances about it, and then I don't have to repeat that. Then there is one case relating to head office, which is the 420 million. This has to do with the physical security. I think on several times we have come to the committee to say we are dealing with this matter. We have investigated this matter. It is the issue that we have extended this on several times. But when we look in terms of the prescript, we realize that, yes, it was the lack of understanding under which circumstances can you extend a contract more than once. So we have getting the fraud and compliance to check whether there is no money lost in this regard. We confirmed that. We went through the internal control, we looked at it, and then we have made a representation based on the issue of the gap of the understanding of this particular prescript, which Treasury was referring to when we declared it as irregular expenditure. We are waiting for the further engagement with Treasury based on the outcome of the processes that we embarked on. And the last cases of head office, it's about 2 cases, that is about 4 million. This has to do with the work of the work stream, and therefore the employee went through a disciplinary process, and the outcome was saying that the employee could not be found guilty. And therefore a representation is made to Treasury for condonation because we'll have implemented. Included in this, I think we have put a very robust issue and presentation on the issue of the preventative measures. I think when we come to present to you with the outcome of the 2021-22 audit outcome, I think you'll be able to see the fruit and the benefits of the preventative measures that were put by the agency in preventing irregular expenditure. This is the slide that we thought that probably we can just flag with the committee. I think the minister spoke about the 187 cases that are not finalized. We also indicated which areas and which region or head office is affected by that. And these are the cases that are part of the 22-23 Honorable Chair that will be able to finalize during this year. And we are working very hard just to make sure that come the end of the financial year, we have met the target of 95% based on the variation of other cases that are with the courts and whatever. We believe that at least 95% of the cases we should be able to resolve, with the issue that we will not be incurring much or any of the further cases, just would bring the backlog going forward. With this presentation, we do want to really present to the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Chair, the progress report made by SASSA in response to the 2021 audit. And also, we also want the committee to note the regular expenditure cases that have been submitted to Treasury for consideration. Thank you very much for the time, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, CFO. Yeah. Okay. Lindiwe.
Chair.
Is there any other presentation?
No, Chair. I think SASSA, NDA, and DSD presented their presentation. It's time for the committee to deliberate and engage on the presentations. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Linda. I thought so too. Okay, honorable members, let's get into the discussions, questions, and comments on the three presentations. Can I note hands? Honorable Letitia is the first one. Honorable Alex, Honorable Bridget, and Honorable Stock. Can we follow that sequence?
Okay. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. I just want to check in terms of what the AG was saying on one of his slides, that in terms of non-compliance, specifically on supply chain management, on the irregular expenditure, in terms of consequence management. It can't be that we constantly get irregular expenditure on non-compliance of supply chain management, and I want to know if consequence management was installed.
Chair, my sincere
And
apologies.
then in
If
terms
I
of the
may.
NDA, in terms of the
Chair.
additional staff that was appointed, because I
Excuse me.
just go through my mind in terms
Excuse me,
of
Honorable Aris, excuse me. What are you saying, Iti?
My apologies, Chair. I just wanted to make a request that as members ask the questions, they direct it to whether they're referring to the presentation by the NDA, by SASA, or the DSD, so it's easier for us to respond to the specific issues raised by members. My apologies for that.
Also, can I just add on?
No,
City of Cape
when
Town, because we
acting
all aware
DG,
that,
allow the members to ask even
heavy
from
crime
the
has happened
presentation
in
of
Cape
the
Town.
AG.
So what they've decided
There's nothing wrong with
to
that,
allocate a
but
budget
it's fine.
for safety.
Even if they don't follow the sequencing, as long as they are going to say this one is from whether they start with the last one
security services
or the middle one, let's not confine them to on how they must discuss it.
Thank you,
you,
Chairperson, for
Carry on.
protecting me from that acting DG. Chairperson, and then I just want to check, because in the NDA's presentation, there was additional staff appointed in terms of what I can recall the last time from their budgets that was in front of the committee. Do they have money to appoint additional staff? And then in terms of the incorrect payments and allowances there in the NDA's presentation, I want to know if any consequence management was instituted against this overpayment of allowances. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry for the
There is a background behind you, Honorable Aris. I don't know whether it's the TV or what, but there is something, there's some noise. Can you switch
Chair.
off?
Sorry, Chair, we actually didn't hear a single question asked by Honorable Aris because of the background noise. So may I please kindly request that we repeat it if it's okay? My apologies, we didn't hear anything.
You didn't hear. Other people heard it. Can I just check on that?
I barely heard what the honorable member was saying because of the background noise.
Honorable Aris. Honorable Aris.
Chair. Yes, Chair.
Yeah. Are you able to repeat what you have said? Yeah, it's quiet.
About what, Chairperson?
The questions. I know for the first one you were asking from the AG.
I was asking about that it was mentioned that there was no record finding from a business that was doing business. And I want to know, how is it possible? So where did they get the information that if they didn't find any a business that was doing, any company that was doing business in terms of that consequence management that was instituted there? And then I was asking about the non-compliance in terms of the irregular expenditure. And I want to know if there was consequent management being implemented. And then in terms of the NDA, I was asking in terms of the incorrect payment of allowances. I also want to know if there was consequent management instituted against those people that was wrongfully giving these allowances to, and those ones that have received the allowances, because they did know that it is wrong. So that is what I was asking.
Thanks, Honorable Aris.
And then also in terms of the NDA appointment of that additional staff, was there a need for additional staff? And because I can recall the last time in the NDA's budget, there was not a lot of money. So I just want to check where this money come from to appoint additional staff.
Okay. Okay, Honorable Alex.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the DSD and its entities for the presentation. Chairperson, my questions to the department are as follows. On slide 7, when it says the official resigned as a director, are we saying the official resigned as a director in the company that was awarded the money, or are we saying the official was a director of DSD and resigned? And if so, if that can just be clarified, and whether that 50,000 was then paid back, because if the person's resigned as a director of the company, there's other people in the company that will still have been given the money. Then, Chairperson, also on slide 8, the invoices that were not paid, what is the amount outstanding of invoices that were not paid within the 30 days? Then, Chairperson, another point of clarity, if the department doesn't have a person who manages contracts, and they are now going to appoint someone to manage contracts, who has been doing this role so far, the management of contracts? Slide 9, Chairperson, how much money was lost when the fast track contract was cancelled, if any money was lost? Then, Chairperson, slide 10 makes reference to laptops, and my question then also overlaps with SASSA, who made a laptop purchase. So my question then is, what has become of the desktops? Have the laptops replaced desktops in the two, in the department and SASSA? And are we then working, the disposal committee working on perhaps, donating desktops since the laptops are now being used? Then also, if I understood the CFO correctly, the 3.15 million, the services that were rendered to that value that the National Treasury will not condone, is it correct in saying then no money was lost and that the department then received the full value of services of that 3.15 million? And my then question would be to the NDA and SASSA, so how much of your services, the irregular expenditure, has then still been rendered, and how much money was then lost, if that question makes sense? Then for the NDA, slide 4, your independent loss control committee that you'll be implementing. So by independent, I'm assuming it's, outside of NDA, outside of the department. And if so, will the NDA then be paying stipends or SNTs for this new independent loss control committee? I would like the NDA to also please elaborate on the office leases, that 64% that makes up the bulk of the irregular expenditure. If they can perhaps just give some examples as to what has transpired in terms of the office leases, and the rental amounts that we are spending, including SASSA, on offices. I would just like to know, has SASSA and the NDA then been talking to the Department of Public Works and engaging them on what government buildings are available to us, instead of paying exorbitant amounts on offices and then getting irregular expenditures on office leases and so forth. Furthermore, with NDA, let me just have a look here. Yes, if they can just elaborate on slide 16, what this new venture creation course was, and how many learners were trained for this 30 million with this course on the new venture creation. And then moving on to SASSA. Thank you to the CEO who provide the full document, because there are some information that obviously wasn't presented here, and information such as the names of the companies that are implicated in this. I think that's very important to actually know who these companies are, especially if the services weren't rendered and the money was received. So, I just hope that that information will be in that full document. Then the issue of SASSA vacancies were flagged by the AG, the Auditor General. And it's also been my experience that when I visit SASSA offices, I'm always speaking to a different acting manager, and it changes very frequently, the acting positions. So what is being done on filling these critical vacancies? And if I can maybe then just also ask the department and the NDA, how far are we with the filling of our critical vacancies there? For example, the DG position, the social welfare position, and of course with the NDA, the CEO position. Where are we with that? And then and then also chairperson for SASSA. Is it my understanding that in slide 19 are 3 officials responsible for the whole 120 cases in KZN, and similar with Gauteng? Because you only make mention of 3 officials and 2 officials that are going through disciplinary hearings or resigning. So I mean, for example, KZN, is it just 3 people that were responsible for the whole 120 cases? And then chairperson, just on the point of officials who resign before completing the disciplinary cases, I'd like to find out, are these names given to the Public Service Commission? Because I would hate to think that people who are not going through with the full disciplinary hearing pop up in other departments and pop up in other entities and carry on in the same fashion. In my opinion, it's, if you want to clear your name of the allegations before you would see that process through. But of course, everybody's entitled to do as they please. It's just a concern that I would hope these people, the officials, don't pop up in municipalities and somewhere else in the public service and continue continue making these mistakes that they are making. Thank you, chairperson.
Thank you, Alex. Honorable Bridget Masangu, followed by Honorable Paul Need, and followed by Honorable Stock.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Over to you.
For the presentations, they are quite appreciated. I just want to ask questions for clarity, Chair. The first one being, during the presentations, from the presentation of the NDA, and I believe the presentation of SASSA, the report back is saying either completed or resolved. I just want to know what that means in real terms. When it is said that a case is completed or it's resolved, does that mean that where there was money that was misused, it is, let me just ask what that means and what it involves, Chairperson. For example, there was a situation where there was miscalculation of overtime. I believe it was the NDA. Does that, when you say that is completed, are you saying that the money that was paid as a result of the miscalculation of overtime was recouped and it's back in the coffers of the NDA, or it was miscalculated and the person was paid back if it was undercalculated? For example, I just picked up that example because it was quite interesting. And Chairperson, I believe also the NDA said that there was an application for condonment to Treasury and it was declined. What are the implications of that going forward? The system kept kicking me out, and I would get back again. So that might have been explained, and I missed that. So the next one has to do also with I believe it's the NDA. My question is, at the commencement of an investigation, for example, the individuals that are involved, because obviously there would be an investigation because someone omitted to do something, or they committed, or they did something they shouldn't have done. At the commencement of the investigation, are these people that are involved suspended immediately, or they wait till a certain stage of the investigation, or they wait until the law enforcement agencies are involved where they get involved? I just would like to know what happens to the people about whom the investigations are. And then the issue that really concerned me, Chairperson, was the network security slide that the CFO presented, where there is a need to change from one thing to another. I think it was from HTTP to HTTPS and to MT something and to something else. I just would like to know, does SASSA not have a internal IT sort of unit of sorts that would have picked these things up? They seem quite basic for me. So I just feel that they had to go through all this process to be told this by the AGSA, and then there's what needs to happen now in the process. I believe that most of the work, a big chunk of the work of the agency that involves lots and lots of money is done online, and I may just be missing this whole point, but I'm just a bit concerned as to the implications of this having been missed. And I would like to know if SASSA does have an internal IT security sort of unit of sorts that would have detected this and have avoided this huge process that is going on at the moment. And the CEO of SASSA did say that they have determined internally as management to hold off on the appointment of especially top positions due to the re-engineering that is taking place at the moment. I would like to know if if those positions, those appointments are sort of budgeted and there's money, they are funded, if it is possible to then use that money for client-facing positions at local level, because if the queries that I get every day are anything to go by, there is a need to beef up capacity at client-facing level in SASSA offices. The provinces that I have been inundated by queries from, and SASSA is ably helping me a lot with those queries, are in the Western Cape, in Gauteng, in KZN, and a little bit in the Free State and Northern Cape. But I would like to know if really something can be done, because I don't believe that the people who are assisting us as members of parliament in SASSA should be spending so much time trying to help us, because I believe they've got other jobs that they're supposed to be doing, and using the money that they are paid to do those jobs, other than to now leave everything, because they really turn these queries around very quickly. And I highly and deeply appreciate that. But I believe that them and I and the other members of parliament should not be spending so much time on these queries, because there are people who should be or are employed at local office level that should be dealing with these queries. So that I would like to be just assisted with the information there. And the other thing, Chairperson, there is a consistent I don't know, issue that keeps coming up. And for me, it is a concern again. And that issue is that of the database that is being used for the assessment or the processing of the applications for the SRD grant. That database, from the get-go, there was a huge sort of a scathing sort of remark or comment that came from AGSA to say that the database is not accurate, it's outdated at times and things like that. And from what I heard today in the meetings prior to today, I'm not getting a sense that there has been a resolution to the issue of the database. And the flip side of that coin, Chairperson, is that the people that should be getting this money, because they need it for relief, this is a relief fund, it's not a program of sorts. That's where people are literally hungry and waiting for this money. And the database which determines whether they will get this money or not is not accurate. It is saying people are on UIF when they've never gotten a job in their life. I believe that we do need to do something about it. I'm not saying nothing is being done. All I am saying is that we need to do it with the backdrop of trying to help people that are at the lowest level of poverty and hardship at the moment. Thank you so much, Chair. I really thought that the presentations were providing much needed information this morning. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Bridget. Honorable Polnit, followed by Honorable Stock.
Thank you so much, Chair. Chair, I was covered by Alex and by Member Aris and Member Bridget. I was also having a concern about the database, because people are coming to you saying, but I've been approved, and it's been lying there for many months. The only thing that I want to also find out, Chairperson, is that the renting of spaces, buildings, where these offices are situated, I want to know, how do they go about that? Because I want to make an example in Bloemfontein because I'm coming from Bloemfontein. We had a huge building that was just outside of town. People can walk there. From town, it's 5 minutes walk. And all areas can come to that building because it comes from different areas, different townships. Then they closed that building. They moved to the mall. They had offices in the mall. As we are speaking, they are in the mall now. That building was vandalized. Now they are rebuilding that building over. There was nothing. It was an empty shell standing in, no roof, no windows, nothing. I want to know, is that part of the fruitless expenditures that is happening in this office? The other thing I want to know is the NPOs, when they go for funding, what is the criteria that they are using? Because a lot of NPOs are assisting the poorest of the poor when it comes to feeding them and all those things. Because when you go to the offices, social development, they will tell you, no, you can apply, but every year, October, the same people are getting these grants. What is the criteria that they are using for these grants? And then the other question that is very important, Chair, is that security guards at the SASSA office is also an expenditure. I want to know, wouldn't it be better to insource those security guards because it is part of their wage bill? Then they will save money instead of paying owner for security guards to have their services. Chairperson, it is really a problem when we hear people are asking you about this 350 because of the database, because people used to get it and they are very, very hungry to get this 350 because there's no income in that house. So I really would like to say, Member Alex and Aris have covered me, and then also Member Bridget has covered the other questions. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Punit. Honorable Stock.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Let me also join my colleagues to appreciate and welcome the comprehensive presentation by the department and its entities. I must say from the onset that the presentation actually managed to, I had a few questions from the start, but as they were presenting, I had to take off those questions because the presentations actually covered me in quite detail. So that is quite appreciated, Honorable Chairperson. I would like to start also by posing just maybe a question. And I think this question was partially also raised by one of the honorable members. I think it was Honorable Aris, about the lack of consequence management. This issue has been coming, and every time we meet with the department and entities to consider or maybe to deal with the issues of the AG findings and all of that, we are actually, it's an area where we are actually being told from time to time, it's an issue that crops from one financial year to the other. And then when we pose questions as honorable members, who are most of the time told that this area is receiving the necessary attention it deserves, it will be covered, and in some of the presentation, it will be either colored in gray or green or maybe yellow and so forth. So we will then be told when we ask questions that no, why this area is not being adequately dealt with. And most of the time when we are given the responses is that this lack of consequence management is as a result of maybe in some areas the cases that are supposed to be investigated. There's a person or maybe a consultant or a company that has been appointed who are dealing with the cases, so they are taking long to deal with the cases and all of that. So, and then this ultimately now affects the department and its entities with regard to the finding of the Auditor General. So, like for an example, in the presentations of DSD, we were told that there were a total of 57 audit findings from the AGSA. Now, out of the 57, there were about 48 that were resolved, and then there's 9 that is outstanding. And there's also a continuation that has been sent to or referred to the National Treasury of an amount of 3.1 million. And then if you look at the presentation, this 3.1 million one of the issues that is raised there in the presentation is the fact that the department went and procured these laptops. And now the AG is of the opinion that those laptops, the amounts were actually split to avoid going out on tender for competitive bidding processes. Now, this is a problem because now if the department goes and procure laptops and then they don't go out on a competitive bidding process. So I'm sitting and I'm asking myself, what was the rush or what was the urgency? Because currently, throughout the departments and entities, they've got the desktop facilities, desktop computers, and all of that. So if there's a need to go and procure laptops, maybe for senior managers or senior officials in the department to be able to utilize those laptops. From where I'm sitting, I don't understand what could have been the agency or maybe what could have been the rush to just procure outrightly when the amount was big instead of going to a normal competitive bidding process. So that's the area where I want the department to really be able to respond and clarify us what that for that particular irregular expenditure. And then with regard to NDA, I also would like to appreciate the fact that there's a decrease in the number of audit findings for the previous financial years. And I think the acting CEO, when he was presenting to us, he indicated that there's an amount of 175 million irregular expenditure, which has been coming for almost 10 years, if not more, for the previous financial years. And now, in order to be able to deal with that particular irregular expenditure and a number of audit findings from the AGSA, they have now implemented or they've established a committee, which they call, it's an independent loss committee. Now, my understanding is that this committee works independently to deal with some of the losses, financial losses that the NDA is actually experiencing. So I want to find out from the NDA, this independent loss committee, what is just in summary, I know they won't have time to go in detail as to maybe taking us to confidence about what could be the terms of reference of the independent loss committee, and then who's paying this committee, are they working, are they getting a stipend or they're being paid, or it's a service provider that has been procured through the normal processes of supply chain of the NDA. Now, these people are working on an ad hoc basis to deal with all these irregular expenditures and the financial losses of NDA. And I would like to find out from NDA on this irregular expenditure of 175 million, are there any staff members who actually found, are there cases that have been opened, are there disciplinary cases internally or criminal cases that were opened outside of the institution? And if there are such cases that are actually being dealt with at the moment, are there any staff members or senior officials who were actually implicated? And then if there are those cases, what has been the reaction, what has been the outcome of such cases? And then with regard to SASSA, Honorable Chairperson, it's also with regards to irregular expenditure. And I think when I started with an issue of the irregular expenditure, but I prefaced it in a manner because which will be dealing with the department and its entities in totality with regard to irregular expenditure. So I want to find out from SASSA, and I also want to appreciate first also that from the 829 cases that they had, from the 933, they already there, they've completed the 829. So they are left now with about, which they are giving attention, they are left about with 104 cases where they are still receiving the necessary attention. So I want to just make a special plea to SASSA, to the CEO and the senior officials also of SASSA, that maybe as a portfolio committee, we need to get an undertaking from the leadership of SASSA that these 104 outstanding cases will be concluded within this financial year. And then I'm also at the back of my mind, cognizant of the fact that the number of cases that they are dealing with here. And some of those cases are actually taking very long, like they've indicated to us in their presentation. That is actually not just normal or ordinary cases. It's cases that have been prolonged, and in certain instances, they have procured an external service provider who are also dealing with the case. So it takes actually very long to complete the cases. But if you can look at most of these cases, I mean, it's not the first time that we are getting a report today that the cases are very long, they're taking long to complete, we are still dealing with them and all of that. So due to that particular fact or reality, I would like to make a special plea to the department. Let's find a way of concluding these particular cases within the financial year, so that at least by the start of the next financial year, or maybe the next time when the Auditor General will be auditing the department, will stand in a much better position to achieve improved audit findings from the AGSA. And then my last issue, Honorable Chairperson, is with regard to the updated 350 grant exceptions as at 31 March 2021. I've noted also in the presentation, the CEO, no, I think not the CEO, the CFO indicated that this matter has not been concluded as yet, but they are in constant engagements with the office of the AGSA because of there's a difference of opinion when with regards to using the different data. Like for an example, he indicated to us that by the time the payment is made of a 350 grant to a beneficiary, and then there's a certain data that is being used to qualify such a beneficiary. And then at the time when the information goes to the Auditor General for auditing purposes, then the AG uses a completely different data. Now, the CFO indicated to us, this is an area where the SASSA, they are in constant communication or engagements with the office of the AGSA. So I would like to find out, or maybe to the SASSA leadership, I don't understand this thing because, I mean, if you've got your own criteria, you've got your own guidelines that you are using for the process of the 350 grant, and then you qualify a person, the person has been approved, and this is the data that you are using. You are looking at maybe the UIF and all of those things. Why does it, when it goes to the Auditor General for purpose of auditing, and then the AGSA decides to use a different, a different data completely? Because if the AGSA is going to use a different data, obviously it is going to have a material effect in terms of the audit findings, because there are two different sets of data that they are used for the same beneficiary. So obviously the outcome will not be the same. So I want to find out, or maybe at a later stage, we must be able to, as a portfolio committee, get an update as to what is the process with regard to the discussions between SASSA and the Auditor General of South Africa with regard to this particular issue. It's an area of great interest, and I hope that as those discussions are actually unfolding or taking place, the AGSA will be able to appreciate that it will be of critical importance to also use the same data, because otherwise, if you are not using the same data, if this is the criteria, use something else, then the outcome is going to not be the same. So I think those are the issues, Honorable Chairperson, that I wanted just to highlight and put forward to the DST and its entities. Thank you very much. That's my submission. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Stock. Honorable members, even in my situation, I feel the way that Honorable Stock feels. I had lots and lots of questions, but when the presentation has been done, I started to reduce the questions. It's always when the honorable members started to ask questions, I said to myself, there's no need for that. But with this one of the different data, I don't understand it even myself. And how would you be able to give the outcome and be able to resolve this situation when you are using different database? let me say not data, but database. I don't even think that Honorable Stock will have to understand it more than that. It must at least come to an end so that you are able also to do the correct things that you are supposed to do. You know,
Chairperson, my hand is up and I put a comment in the chat box, please.
okay.
Sorry, Chairperson.
Didn't I recognize you?
Yes, Chairperson, and in the chat box, I said I put my hand up again because I realized that I didn't frame my one question correctly, and I'm probably not going to get the answer I'm looking for if I don't reframe it.
Okay.
So
okay, let me give you the chance before I conclude this.
I'll be quick, Chairperson. So in the same way, DSD was able to tell us that despite their 3.151 million that's irregular, they still received services for that full amount. So I'm wondering, can SASSA give us the same information? So for example, they're almost over $500 million, they're 512 million. Of that amount, how much, even though it's irregular, did they receive services, and to what value did they receive the services compared to what has been lost? And the same with the NDA, the closing balance of 77 million. Is there a value attached to what services have been received in that amount versus what is completely lost? In the same way, DSD could say, yes, it's irregular, but they still receive the services. So can the NDA and SASSA also give us an amount of what of the services that has still been rendered? And then just lastly, Chairperson, the officials who resign and not go through disciplinary processes, why does the department and the entities not take action thereafter? Because I still just can't get over how taxpayers' money can be wasted and people get away with it just because they resign. So why don't we take further action on these people after they resign? Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Abrams. Thank you very much for rephrasing your question. You also think you should ask it before we answer. Let me rather not waste time and give an opportunity for the department entities, and if the AG's office is still present, and also assist us in some of other things. I think also it was wise for us to allow all the presentation to be put forward, and also in the presence of the AG, so that we can be able to link, because I know for a fact that these questions will interlink to one another. Can I give over to you for the responses without wasting time? Otherwise, we'll keep on asking and asking, and we will be asking, because I still have a question that was asked also by Honorable Abrams of the 30 days. Why are they not able to meet that 30 days? It's worse with the AG that is still having some cases with them, about 231 or 221 cases. You know, why is it like that? Can they be able to fast track those cases so that we are able to get the exact report from the departments and the entities? Over to you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and thank you very much to the honorable members. Am I audible, Chair? Am I audible? I am, right? So thank you very much, Chair. Let me suggest that Fanny go first, then Kubula on the questions of around what happens when people leave the organization, they resign, and then We'll then go to NDA, and then we'll come to SASA, and then I will come in at the end with just one or two comments on some of the questions that have been asked as well, just to round it up. Funny.
Thanks, DG, and thank you, Honourable Chairperson, members, for the questions. Let me try to respond to some of the issues that was raised in terms of the various slides that we've presented. The issue on slide 7, where we talked about director that has been resigned, is actually resigned from the specific service provider. Now, it's not to say that we're not going to do anything about it. We're waiting for the evidence to see and look at the timing that when this person has resigned from the service provider, whether it's within the time frame when the order was issued or when the services was rendered. So up until such time that we do not get the confirmation in terms of this case will still be investigated for that specific irregular expenditure. The amounts in terms of invoice on slide number 8, it's amounting to 2.1 million. The amounts paid not within 30 days. As I said, the issues is there's a twofold part in terms of responsibility. The 2.1 is for the full financial year. We have some issues sometimes when service providers submit the invoice. One, the bank account has changed, which is now different from the invoice versus what the order was issued, the order number, the order issued for the services. There's also sometimes the issue that the invoice amount is different than what the order has been generated, and we have to investigate why is the invoice amount different than the order issued. Also, some of the other issues is that the service providers, some of the services has not been rendered, and we have to get that confirmation first from the various line functions to ensure that service has been rendered and it's been received in a well good quality before we actually can proceed with the payment. Those are some of the issues that we delayed. It's not because we are really struggling in terms of capacity. We do ensure that payments are done within 30 days, but some of these things, it's between us, line function, and the service provider to get these things correct before we actually do pay and ensure that things have been delivered. In terms of contract management, Chairperson, it's currently located within supply chain management. It's with one or two officials currently as an add-on in terms of responsibilities. And as I indicated in the beginning, it requires one dedicated person just to look at contract management. But these are the things that we need to improve going forward. We're looking at how we can get sufficient capacity, whether we employ another person or we'll do in terms of outsourced services, but these are the improvements that we want to do for contract management. In terms of the fast track, no, there was no money lost in terms of this. This fast track has been in our possession for quite some time, but we wanted some improvements in terms of this because it wasn't give us the information that we required. The service provider said no, they can't do these improvements, and then we decided just to terminate our.
Welcome to your voicemail service. You have 6 new messages. You have 1.
The issue in terms of laptops and desktops, yes, remember when we procured laptops, it also links to the question raised, I think by Honourable Stock in terms of this. Remember, this was in the mid of the COVID-19, and we had to ensure that we procure tools of trade for the people to be able to work from home. So that is what our procurement did to ensure that we require urgent procurement of laptops for officials that would be able to work from home. However, there was still a need also to procure desktops. Some of the desktops were outdated. Those were for the people that's actually office bound to ensure that we also upgrade in terms of that. Indeed, the 3.1 million that we requested for condonement, there was no loss. to government or to the department in terms of this. We have received all the services in terms of, we did receive the value in terms of the amounts that we've requested. There was no loss to the department. The prices that was paid was also reasonable and fair in terms of this. So the 3.1 was merely because of, one, we didn't source three quotations. There was issues of tax clearance, the tax directives in terms of some of these things, but also, you know, the suppliers, there was people that was the director of the company or was part of certain services. So those were the regular expenditure. The issue on lack of consequence management. Remember, for regular expenditure, this requires condonment. Those were the 4 cases that we referred to the National Treasury, but also referred to Labour, those officials that was doing business with the state, with those government employees. So those have been referred. We've done our process and our parts in terms of the investigation, also the Loss Control Committee. Those were referred to HR for Labour for further investigation. And then they will take it further. Kumbula will talk about what is the process to be followed for the Labour and the issue rate that we must declare these people to the Public Service Commission to not be further be employed. But I think Kumbula can talk on that. The amounts for recovery, yes, we do consequence management for fruitless and wasteful. Remember, we still have no shows in terms of hotels with car damages. It takes a normal process for the Loss Control Committee to investigate to see whether the employees were liable or not. If they were found liable or negligent, we actually do recover. Then we issue warning letters to these employees in the department. We also issue them to say this has been found guilty as you as an employee, it will be recovered from you. And then they have the option to repay this in 12 or 36 months in terms of the normal guidelines of HR. So the amount that we've declared to be paid back for the prior financial year for 2021 was 530,000, and it's in the process of being recovered. Chair, I think, yeah, let me just talk also about the laptops that I missed. The splitting of the quotes. Remember, 2021, the ceiling that we had to procure in terms of National Treasury procurement guidelines, anything above 500,000 was supposed to be a tender process. So the splitting of the quotes was not intentional. We did it in terms of the RT contract CETA. So when we procure laptops, it has to be done within the RT contract. But it was about the timing. We had to procure immediate for officials to work from home, and then there was a second round that had to be done in terms of the assessment that we've done after that. Chair, I think I've covered the areas, so thanks.
Thanks, Fanny. Kumbula?
Thank you very much, DG. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. The question by Honorable Abrams about the process that we follow when people resign or officials resign before the matter is finalized. Let me just say before I deal with it specifically that with every exit in the civil service, whether that exit results from resignation, death, or retirement, we have a duty to do an audit of individual files. And we do so to look at whether there are monies owing to the department, whether there are labor relations cases that are pending, whether there's litigation of whatever nature, and matters of that nature. And before, therefore, we process payments with each exit, those issues would have been considered. But specifically on resignation, there are two things here. Sometimes you have a resignation by an official who is taking up a post in another government department. if that is the case, the public service regulations instructs that we transfer the file to the receiving department to process the case. And we will provide supporting support work to the receiving department, including the necessary witnesses, if witnesses are required, to process that matter and finalize it. But if an employee or an official is resigning and is leaving the public service, what we normally do is process to proceed with the matter if the matter is already subject to a disciplinary inquiry. We proceed with the matter until a determination is made by a presiding officer. And then we hold back on the payment of benefits until such determination has been made. Once such a determination has been made, we then deduct if that is required or that is the outcome. We deduct whatever is owing before we process the payment. There would be instances, not many, where sometimes people would resign and you've got pending cases and the matters are taking time to conclude, and we cannot delay the process of payments for long. If that happens, then we have an obligation to make a determination on the cost of recouping the monies owed to the department if there's anything that is owed, vis-a-vis the legal processes that is required to pursue the matter. And the balance between the two is going to determine the direction that we're going to take. So if, for example, it is going to cost the department a lot to pursue the matter vis-a-vis what it would derive by actually pursuing the matter, then that matter would not be pursued in that way. So there are various processes that we follow. Now, of course, Honorable Stokes is correct that the part of the challenge here is that employees, officials have a right to make representation at any stage during the proceedings of a hearing. And this include a submission of letters, sick notes, etc. And the presiding officer is duty bound to listen to this. And often these would result in the delay in the processing and finalization of cases. Unfortunately, we cannot force somebody who's not well to come to a hearing. We do, however, find that there are officials who are playing tricks on us, and there are instances, for example, where presiding officers have continued with hearing the matter, notwithstanding the fact that the official in question is not present in the hearing. But it's not an easy decision to make. It is always better to afford the individual or the official concerned sufficient time to come and be present when the matter is being heard, so that when the matter is being finalized, there is no risk that for whatever reason the matter on appeal, or when it is taken on appeal, there could be an argument that the official consent was prejudiced. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kumula. Let me then suggest that we go to the NDA. I will come in also towards the tail end to respond to one or two things. Can we go to the NDA?
Yes, thank you, ADG, and thank you, Chair. I just want to appreciate the questions that we have gotten from the members, and I think are relevant, and they even give us an opportunity to think of even improvements in what we are currently doing. We had a question from a number of members, and I'll just go through and ask my other colleagues to address some of the questions that are quite specific. We had a question from member areas that dealt with consequence management and for staff, and the appointment where we get budget to hire additional staff in supply chain and cases of incorrect payment of allowances. The CFO will deal with the incorrect payments and probably add on the appointment of staff in the SCM function. Member Honorable Abrahams, asked a number of questions around the Independent Loss Control Committee, and I think Member Stock has also asked about that. I'll deal with that, and I will request the CFO to deal with the leases. And what happened, given that the leases had 64% of the irregular expenditure. The Chief Operations Officer will deal with the venture creation question. Member Masango asked about the meaning of resolved cases or completed cases. I think CFO will also address that one. And the rest of her questions, I will address them. Member Maria's asked a question relating to procurement of offices. A member Stock asked about consequence management, and specifically then ask about the 175 million irregular expenditures. And I think CFO will deal with those. And the consequence management relating to the officials. I will talk about a little bit on that, and CFO will add in what I would have said. I will start and then I'll follow by CFO and the COO, Madam Kuman. Look, the process for consequence management in relation to irregular expenditure is outlined in two National Treasury frameworks. One for irregular expenditure, the second one is on fruitless and wasteful expenditure. There are certain requirements that you would need to follow in order to deal with consequence management, and then must be in line with two things. One, your own entity or agency internal policy for disciplinary of staff. The other one is dealing with whether the type of the outcome of the type of that irregular expenditure, whether there is criminality or there's investigation required. So in many cases, the delay is actually dealing with those, either the internal policies, because you have to adhere to labor regulations and labor laws in order for you to start and conclude that process. In many cases, these cases stall because people must be given their rights to be heard, and cases are postponed. But that delays the conclusion of many of these consequence management. But however, within the NDA environment, there has been any cases of irregular expenditure that had gone through that process prior to the last financial year. And therefore, the reason which I will then address the question of the Independent Loss Control Committee. The reason we had to set up an Independent Loss Control Committee, one of the non-action of the previous years' irregular expenditures was due to the level of people or level of functionaries or staff in the institution. Most of the people who caused those were in senior level management and executives. And if you then set up an internal structure, you will compromise the process, because you have to make a determination on your supervisor or your boss. And in many cases, the quality of the outcome would be very poor. We had to then look at an effective alternative that can assist us to quickly clean up the entire 175 million. And we took a process of not having an internal loss control committee, but an independent one that will have an objective assessment of making determination, referring cases for investigation, and making recommendations that are binding, because that's what the framework requires. So we went on a process of advertisement. We put a very clear criteria for what people we require to sit for that committee. And is a committee that is made up of experienced public and private sector people that are not currently working either in government or people that have got anything to do with government, which had to meet a couple of things. One, they should have held position at senior or accounting officer level in the public sector. If they come from the private sector, they should be in position of executives or directors functions. They should have a qualification in the legal field, audit, accounting, and management. So because the cases deals with that level of requirements to be accounted against. So people applied, we interviewed, we selected, and we appointed 4 of them. They are paid within the National Treasury guideline for paying non-executive officials, and we have modeled.
Chairperson, Chairperson, I've got my hand up. My apology.
Okay.
Chairperson, my sincere apology and respectfully so to the meeting and respectfully so to Magongo. I'm worried, Chairperson, that I would have expected the acting CEO to be the last person to speak because he articulated very well all the other questions that need to be asked. If he could please, through you, Chair, allow the others to quickly answer the other questions, and then he must come in as the head to raise the ones that he feels like were not covered, because otherwise my fear is that he raised quite a number of issues which were raised by members. Can he please, through you, allow the others to come in quickly and let him take the time to follow thereafter? My apology, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Minister. Now I was worried about the pace. He is not a fast speaking person. He might take almost 30 minutes to finish up, but nevertheless, that's how he is. We have to be patient on him. But can we then maybe take the advice from the minister and do as such? I'm also worried that, yeah, there are many questions and we need them to be answered. Thanks, CFO.
No, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister. Maybe I can start with CFO to just deal with the incorrect payment of allowances and the issues that relates to Member Masango on the meaning.
Acting, excuse me, acting. Don't repeat the questions, ne? Those people that are going to answer the question, just delegate them. Good, they must answer the questions. And then let's not repeat those questions and don't mention honorables' names, because if you have forgotten one honorable member, you'll be in trouble. So just say so-and-so answer, Banbani answer, so-and-so answer.
Yes,
Thanks, just delegate them. Thanks.
Yeah, the CFO, who will be followed by the COO, Madam Kumal. I think that we had indicated the questions. Then I'll deal with the issues at the end. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, CEO. In relation to the question on the additional staff that were appointed in the SCM area, so one SCM compliance officer was appointed, one asset management officer was appointed, as well as one supply chain officer. All these positions are on the board-approved structure for the SCM and finance department. And these are governance positions that are critical to ensure and provide for compliance in our processes and to ensure we prevent further irregularities. And secondly, it's important to bear in mind that the SCM function in the NDA is centralized. And so SCM controls the procurement nationally and needs to be appropriately capacitated to be able to conduct its functions. In relation to the question on the incorrect allowances paid by HR, the payroll department, so the overpayment has been recovered from the official that has been overpaid, and consequence management has been applied in relation to the overpayment, in that warnings were issued to staff that are employed in the payroll department in HR. In relation to the question on the irregular expenditure that was submitted for condonement, for how many services that were rendered did the NDA incur losses? So no losses were incurred in relation to the amounts that were submitted for condonement. And in the request for condonement, the NDA had to collect information on market prices that were incurred when the contracts were signed and executed. So a market analysis was conducted, and prices were extrapolated using retrospective prices that were incurred to current day, and then were determined to be reasonable in relation to the market-related cost. This information was provided to National Treasury, including information on the officials who have left the employ of the NDA who committed the offences. We also included evidence of appointment of the SCM staff that I spoke to, and then also evidence of the internal controls that have been implemented to prevent further recurrences. And based on the information that was supplied, which indicated that the services were contracted at a market-related cost and no losses were incurred, the condonement application was actually approved by National Treasury. It was not declined, it was approved for 98 million. And that 98 million has since been removed from our financials. Then in relation to the office leases, the 64% that was incurred, of the 98 million that was submitted for condonement, which amounted to 63 million relating to office leases. So examples of office leases that were irregular were actually across the country, across all provinces. And it's important to state that these were historical leases that were contracted in the 2014-15 financial year, and then continued for, through the term of 3 years. In the 17-18 financial year, most of these leases were replaced through compliant processes that were undertaken by the SCM department. And then in the 21-22 financial year, most of those leases had expired, and the NDA undertook a further procurement process in a compliant manner to replace 7 office leases, and at the same time conducted a parallel process with the DPW, the Department of Public Works, to give us an indication of the cost of state leases. And the cost of state leases for each of those provinces was then compared to the bid responses received from the procurement processes undertaken for each of those provinces. And actually, the bid responses were actually lower than the state leases offered by DPW, and were then awarded, on commercial leases rather than state leases. Okay, in relation to the question on the meaning of findings that are completed or resolved. So findings that were completed mostly related to disclosure on the apps, which were then adjusted. And findings that were resolved mainly relate to findings that were raised by the NDA, by the AG, which the NDA then disputed. And the AG then went through a process with its technical department and National Treasury to reassess the finding. And the findings were then resolved from that perspective. So that is the difference between completed and resolved. So if it's completed, it was completed by an action by the NDA. If it was resolved, it was actually resolved, through a dispute process with the AG. So in relation to the irregular expenditure, so I think I've clarified that it was approved, the condonement of 98 million and not declined by National Treasury. And then in relation to staff members involved in the irregular expenditure, whether there were any criminal cases that were referred to the SAPs, no, not in relation to that irregular expenditure, because there were no losses incurred by the NDA. And National Treasury had accepted the NDA's evidence with regards to this. I think I've covered all the questions from my side. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and members. I'm responding to the question on the new venture creation course and the number of learners trained. Let me start by indicating that in 2018-19, the NDA was appointed by the UIF through a competitive procurement process to provide a course on new venture creation program for an amount of 142.2 million. Then the NDA in turn partnered with Regenesis to provide the 12-month course, which was accredited. This course focuses on business and entrepreneurship program and in development of skills for the UIF beneficiaries and also non-beneficiaries. And the number of beneficiaries which were targeted, it's 2,000. But then during the 2019-2020 financial year, the AG found the contract between NDA and Regenesis irregular. in that it did not follow a competitive procurement process, which was required by the PFMA. Subsequently, the NDA terminated the contract between itself and the Reginesses, but went on to appoint new service providers to continue to implement this business and entrepreneurship program, which is known as the New Venture Creation. So where we are right now is that we're at a point where we will continue to implement the program through the new service providers that we have appointed, but the number of beneficiaries that are participating in the program with these new service providers have come down by 5 beneficiaries. It has been reduced to 1,995 instead of 2,000. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. Just because I dealt with the consequence management, I'm not going to go back there. I'll just conclude with the Loss Control Committee so that I answer all the questions that related to that. The Loss Control Committee, we concluded that process and they started their work in July. And they're currently busy with the top 10, the most high irregular expenditure, which amounts to 62 million of the 77 million. We are waiting to start to get their recommendations on how we deal with the outcomes of each of those. 2 of the irregular expenditure that were very high. They related,
I'm sorry, acting, sorry.
They related to the volunteer program and the Regenesis contract, which is about 50 million. Those reports are at a draft level, and we will deal with them that are coming from that structure. I think the part that has not been covered that I just want to indicate on relates to investigations and suspension of employees. We haven't yet concluded any of these irregularities that will require us to take those actions. However, those actions, you take them in 2 instances. Once there's a recommendation from the loss control that a staff member has committed a gross mismanagement of money or a gross misconduct, and they then require further investigation, that person, based on the recommendation, can be suspended, or they found out that there's criminality. Once a case is reported to the police, then the staff member is suspended. So it's not just a suspension based on the findings of the AG's outcome at that point. You have to go through those processes to get there. I think we have covered now all the questions, Chair, that were for the NDA. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Chair. I think we'll go to SASSA now. SASSA colleagues, if you could respond. I think CEO will come in first, and then CEO will come in last, sorry, after the colleagues have responded.
I just wanted, DG, I just wanted to indicate that Mr. Mahlangu will basically provide the answers for all the IT issues, and CFO will provide the responses with regards to the irregular expenditure stuff in terms of where we are. and then I'll respond at the end about the issue of the filling of vacancies, the approach we use. Thanks, DG.
100% CEO. Thank you.
Okay, DG.
Chair.
Acting DG, carry on with the answers, please, Bra.
Okay. Okay. 100%. Thank you very much. Can we take them in that order, colleagues, please? Can we take Mahlambu first and then CFO?
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning or good afternoon to the committee members and my colleagues. I would just want to answer a few questions with regard to the network security. Let me mention that our URL line that is raised there as an audit issue is an internal facing URL, is not our external facing. So there is no external intrusion risk there. If you want to prove that, try and access, for example, our grants URL line by not using HTTPS. You will not be able to get through. So we're architected in such a way that there's internal services access URL and the external one. So the auditors were indicating that we should actually remove the free text from the internal free access domain and use the HTTPS. And for us to do that, we decided that we will do the entire review of the internal services access URL line. So in fact, yesterday I received the project plan that as opposed to December, would be done by November to redo the the redesign of the URL environment. And I must also hasten to mention that in recent times, we have suffered the huge loss of resources. In fact, the only resource developer that we had has since left the organization. We're in the process of filling that position. But in the process, we are very confident that the internal facing redesign of our online access is not posing a risk for external cybersecurity threats. I can also hasten to mention that we run intrusion detection and vulnerability testing very much regularly. So we finished one very recently. And in fact, the AGSA did that one, which is usually focusing on the external access of our environment. However, in ICT or cybersecurity, you can never be complacent and say you are on a sound footing. We remain on alert every time. Therefore, this finding is one of the housekeeping findings that we are prioritizing to make sure that we do not have a repeat finding in this regard. So with regard to the data extract and dynamic versus static data extract, let me just explain that some of the legs, for example, at the peak of COVID, there were so many people that died and were buried on a burial note versus a certificate that is uploaded via the Home Affairs system. Now, if we were to grab and extract the static database on the 15th of a month, run our validations through the application program interface, and then do exceptions, it is possible that by the time the Auditor General goes and run the same extract, but on the non-static database, all the burial notes would have been converted into uploaded death certificates, of which we would not have had sight of sight. Secondly, the level of access within SASSA, for example, we are not allowed to view people's salaries. So in certain instances, the Auditor General is able to view up to the level of a salary of a government employee, thereby sometimes mix the reason why a person who was a caregiver got an inflow into their account because of the status as an employee of the state. So those dynamisms in terms of data extract, static data versus a dynamic data can only be resolved, and this is what we put forward to the AG, that let's agree on government rules of data extraction, that if we all use static data on the 15th, we all and access that data on the 15th, be it UIF, be it Home Affairs, etc. We all access that data on the same date. and then we take static database. If we take non-static database, then we time it in terms of saying 12 o'clock midday or midnight is the final time for running the extract. Then we will not have data disparities. But because there is no data exchange framework across government entities who are data hosts, that problem persists. We have put forward that recommendation to the AG, and I hope that they will give us a hearing. The day that we are all given one template of data extraction or data exchange and the practice notes there attached thereto, it will be a day where the issue of data disparity will no longer bother us anymore. And I think lastly, I just want to indicate that with regard to data environment and cybersecurity environment, we have done two critical reviews. One is done through the process of BPR. The other one was done through our study that we did with FinMA Trust. And there are recommendations that we are going to be putting forward in terms of investing in institutionalization of data management within the organization. Because in the last year and a half to two, we have taken on board these huge functions that need, perpetual data exchange and data extracting, which was never a function before. But after the pandemic, it has become a function. We are busy institutionalizing that function, and then to make sure that the issue of data exchange and data extraction and cybersecurity at the level of data mobility is well protected. And we will need to be fully resourced to do that in terms of people, skills, and technology. And this is the investment case that we are drafting to put forward to National Treasury. Thank you, Chairperson. I thought I would have dealt with those that related to technology and data exchange. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. DG, are you done?
Thank you, Chair. The CFO is quickly gonna wrap us up, and then immediately followed by the CEO, and then I will just close immediately after that. Thank you, Chair. CFO?
Yes, thank you very much, DG. The few questions that I need to deal with was one, to confirm whether the cases that are with National Treasury, they are not losses. Yes, I can confirm that the cases that amount to 512 million, they are not losses. No case that has a loss we can recommend for Treasury for condonation. If there is a loss, we need to do the recovery process. So that case will move from irregular expenditure into losses, and it will follow a loss control policy. So that will be that. Also, the cases that we send to Treasury are not the cases that are affected by fraud, because the cases that are affected by fraud, they need to be reported to the law enforcement agencies. For Treasury to consider a case and condone it, one, they need a confirmation that there is no loss suffered by the entity. Two, they need to get a confirmation that there is no fraud that is associated with that transaction. Three, they need confirmation of the preventative measures to curb any recurrence of that. Four, they need the disciplinary corrective measures taken by the entity. And those elements, they are dealt with by Treasury before they condone. There's a question that was asked relating to say whether we engage DPWI on the availability of accommodation. As the standard ruled, Chairperson, the policy on SASSA's immovable property management, it requires that any procurement of office accommodation from the private landlords, it has to be done by the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. In a case there is a deviation, then we'll have to get approval from our very own Minister of Social Development. But SASSA can procure accommodation if that accommodation is at the hands of state agencies, including the State Department. Then we can procure directly. But if not, then we'll have to use DPW to check for us. There was a question relating to say the cases in Gauteng and KZN, are they affecting only the 3 officials also? Yes, I can confirm that. I can give you an example, the one in Gauteng on the acquisition of doctors. So that process was done under the same conditions, and it was done as a one process where a quotation process was followed in terms of the competition bidding process. So that will have involved the same officials, but will have involved contracting different doctors. So, but the people that will have been involved, which is the value chain, will have affected the same people. There was an issue that was raised in terms of what are the implications in a case a transaction is not condoned by National Treasury. There are two things that will happen. So if Treasury raises the issues that our submission is inadequate, we'll have to get the additional information and resubmit to National Treasury. In event that Treasury takes a view not to condone it, the irregular expenditure on framework requires that the accounting authority can consider the removal of that transaction based on the assessment, which will require actual further external assessment for us to really see, if ever then, what are the reasons Treasury did not condone it and whether we cannot appeal to Treasury by providing additional information. If the Treasury still believe that it's not condoned, I think Treasury will give us the reasons, and based on the reasons, we'll be able to determine the way forward on those transactions. There was a question that was asked relating to whether in our own environment can we confirm that we'll be able to finalize the cases that are 108 cases that are in exception. Honorable Stocker did ask this question. We can confirm that we're working full out just to make sure that we resolve those cases. The only permutation and exceptions that we may have are some one or two transactions that will not be too many, where they're affected by maybe external processes that either before the court or actually because of external, but that will not be more than 5%, I guess. So the rest of the other cases, we should be able to resolve them. I think when the AG present the outcome of 21-22, I think they will confirm and provide that assurance to the committee on the steps taken by SASSA to resolve this challenge going forward. I think I've covered all the issues at DG. Then I can hand back to you and the CEO.
DG, thank you very much. Thanks, CFO. DG, the question I wanted to respond to is the very good and very interesting question asked by Honorable Member Alexandra. Yes, ma'am. What we've done with regards to the filling of critical and high-level posts, what we've done is we've filled a minimal number of posts where we felt that it's impacting on delivery. So those we've done. What we've done is we took the budget that we had, the one that we had for high-level posts, and actually allocated to posts at service delivery so that we can make sure that we don't in future actually lose the money. We actually established a critical post committee so that we can track to make sure that we take a holistic decision as an organization on which posts to fill and which ones not to fill. And it's driven by a committee that reports to EXCO. So yes, ma'am, we have filled the positions at the coal face because we felt that that was important. Thank you very much. Thanks, DG.
Very much, Honorable, CEO, I almost said Honorable CEO. Maybe I'm speaking into the future. But thanks very much, CEO. Honorable Chair, there's just one or two comments I'd like to make, maybe three. The first one, as I close, relates to this issue of data sharing, and I think that we've spoken to it at length. The crux of the matter here, though, is that this is not just a SASSA problem or DSD problem. It's a government-wide problem, and it requires all of government, including its agencies, to really, I suppose, align data sharing. There needs to be agreements towards that end so that we're able to get a sense that we're having credible data from various institutions. But as the CFO and CEO indicated, the main issue is the recognition of the data collected and the timing of the validation of the data. We're in constant consultation with the AG on this, and this is a matter that we may not eventually win on, because of the authenticity or the what do you call it, the correctness of the data, but also until we get to a point with AG where we agree that this is how we are going to manage this on both sides. We're chasing a target that is almost impossible to catch if we don't find ourselves. But we are in consultation with the AG on this very matter. We have signed a range of agreements, as the CEO and CFO may have indicated. The issue, though, is that by the time we get the data, the risk is that we can get the data, hold on to it for 3 months or so, until the AG perhaps runs a data set. But the risk of that is that clients would have to, or beneficiaries rather, would have to wait 3 months to access their money. And we don't want to do that. So we're in a very complex situation on this matter, and it's really not an easy thing, but we are engaging with the AG on this. And then maybe second to last, just on the cases of irregular expenditure, I wanted to indicate that and confirm that all cases of irregular expenditure in the DSD, every single service was rendered, and all processes were all reasonable and fair in terms of the law. There was absolutely no loss to the department. It was largely issues around non-compliance. And if you have to look at some of these, I can give one example. The AG found us wanting, I think it was 700,000 Rand or so, for the purchase of a vehicle. And the purchase of the vehicle followed the due process. Everything was done to the book. The challenge is that the contract that we entered into, which was the contract through the Treasury, was actually found to be problematic. I think it's RT, to be irregular, sorry. That was RT, what was it? I can't remember the number. 57, I think it was. Now, when the AG finds that the Treasury's contract is irregular, everything attached to that contract, because by law, we are bound to utilize the same contract as government departments by virtue of the agreement reached by Treasury. We can't go anywhere else. We can only go through that RT 57 contract. So when we go to that contract, by virtue of the AG finding it's irregular from the Treasury side, everything in that contract from every other government department will be attached as irregular. So these are the kind of examples I'm making so that we get a clear sense that it's not necessarily that some things may have gone wrong on our end. They have a history to them in a way, but that's not in any way as well to try and dismiss the importance and seriousness of the issues raised. They are serious and we do take them to that extent. Now, let me just say, lastly, there was a serious question, maybe a few, on consequence management. I just want to state a few things, maybe two. I think Kumbula went to town explaining some of those issues, which are very complex issues throughout the public service, by the way. So just to say that on consequence management, firstly, consequence management is a continuous process. So whenever the AG would find findings against anything, the natural response would be corrective measures, strong controls, and consequence management. So when we've implemented consequence management, to a large extent, we've seen some changes, say for the areas that we've indicated are repeat findings, because at times we tend to address just the issue being raised by the AG and not the entire environment. And we need to address the entire environment. And this has been the language that we've been talking to the staff. So whilst it's a continuous process, it also has to follow a sort of defined process by the National Treasury regulations in terms of financial misconduct related matters, and the TPSA in terms of the disciplinary code. And on other issues outside of the financial aspects, we have actually dismissed people in the organization. We have actually suspended people in the organization and so on and so forth on other matters that may not necessarily be related to this. So I'm saying there is consequence management that is taking place in the organization. I just want to give you an example. In this financial year in question, there were a number of cases that were, and maybe I should have given the number. There are a number of cases that people had hotel no-shows. The vehicles were damaged. We recouped that money from individuals. And we recouped over 500,000 Rand, I think 529, that we've recouped from staff who during this financial year were found to be wanting in terms of fruitless expenditure. Let me just also indicate that About 37 staff were found wanting for financial disclosures, and we've addressed that issue with the Public Service Commission as well. And all these staff have been sanctioned. About 23 staff have received reprimand letters. In terms of the process, because we can't jump directly to dismissal, we have got to follow that defined process. We've sent out a number of written warnings. About 4 have written the written warnings. 1 has received the final written warning. There are currently 3 cases at the Loss Control Committee, and there's what we call Audi letters. Audi letters essentially are a right of reply, which are given to officials, which indicate why we should not take any, or rather it indicates that they should give us reasons why we should not take any disciplinary action against them. Once we receive those responses, we then take the action as defined by the law. So I want to just allay the fears of committee members and give you a sense of confidence that there is a serious level of consequence management that is being applied in the organization. We have issued a number of letters. We're correcting issues that have got wrong in the organization. It's a continuous process. We have set the tone at the right level. We are seeing a deterrence on a range of issues. We've ensured that all staff are trained in terms of the ethical nature of working within the public service, but also that guidance, and the AG will even tell you on a series of occasions we've asked them to come and address and assist us with a range of issues, including the National Treasury, and we get the support also from our audit committee. So I want to give you a sense of confidence that we are indeed addressing the issues around consequence management. I also want to state that the issues that the members of the committee have raised, we take them very seriously. And when we come back to present the next time, you will see some shifts that we've already implemented through the measures that we've put in place so that we're able to avert this. Our strive in the organization, we have a motto that we are working with in this current financial year, and that is that we are working towards excellence throughout in everything that we do, and we are working towards ensuring that everything that we do with excellence, and when we execute with diligence. And so, I just want to inform the committee that we take these things quite seriously, and we are on a continuous improvement level. And if you look at perhaps the past 2 years or so, we've had a real shift on a range of issues, the decline of irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, and so on and so forth. So I think that we have not turned the corner as yet. There's still a few things that need to be addressed, but I think that we've made some good progress in some of the areas. And we thank the committee also for your wisdom and guidance in these matters. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much to DG. I see the hand of Honorable Masango. Bridget, over to you.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you for giving me this opportunity again. I just heard as the ADG was, expressing the frustration with the database situation, and my question is, why would we subject the applicants of a SRD grant to having to rely on this database when we know that it is a problem, and in the process disadvantage many of them because of the flaws or in the database system itself? It's just a question that comes because it's really a huge problem. And I mean, the ADG and the CEO and the officials at SASSA would know how much of a problem this is. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Masango. ADG.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. I'm going to put the CEO, I'm going to ask the CEO to assist us in responding to this one. It's a complex one, CEO. As I said, this is a very, it's a moving target, as it were. But I think, CEO, you may want to respond briefly to that.
Thank you, thank you, Chair, through you, and thanks, DG. What we've done, ma'am, it has been a frustration, I think, particularly because of the errors that have happened in the past. What we've done is we've constantly engaged the AGSA and have found workarounds in terms of what it is that we need to do differently as they do an assessment of the information that they look at. The other thing that we have done, Honorable Member, is that we have looked at other additional mechanisms rather than just only looking at the databases for us to make sure that the errors of including people are actually lessened. It's just that the process of the new regulations has taken much longer for us to implement, which therefore means that we need to go back and look at, for example, the means test, which is an additional mechanism that we look at to make sure that people are included rather than being excluded. But I think the other key thing that is going to be critical for us as a country is, as we look at the future in terms of how we're going to implement the validations, is also for government as a whole to look at what do we do as government in terms of managing our databases differently, so that the customers, which is the beneficiaries, don't always have to come and bring information that we as government already have. So as we look at the regulations, we need to think about these things differently. For example, there's no reason why we should be asking for a person for a copy of an ID from a client if we know that we can get it from another government department. But it would therefore mean that all of us as government would have to make sure that we have an integrated system, but also that we work differently in terms of getting access to each other's information as a government and look at issues that relate to POPIA. But thank you, Honorable Member. It is a frustration, but I think we're turning the corner in terms of what are the additional things that we need to look at differently. It's just that the historical data is another issue that is creating information for clients, but we're working on it on a continuous basis to make sure that we can improve. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Member.
Anyway,
No, thanks very much.
Everything has its advantages and disadvantages in this. Because even in my thinking, I also thought that it's wise to get it from Home Affairs rather than to scrap around requesting people to give the information that they are sometimes forging it, all those things. But anyway, I'm happy to hear that the CEO is saying they are on it and they are trying their level best to get it. Any other thing, Acting DG?
No, thanks very much, Chair. No, I think we are adequately covered, Chair. I would leave it at that. Thank you very much once again.
I think we have come to the end of our meeting, honorable members and the officials, with thinking in mind that at least by Friday, we have to have that 1 hour meeting, minimum, maximum 1.5 to 2 hours on Friday to have that one off that needs the legal advisor to finalize the 2 items that were deferred. So let's meet on Friday. Thanks everyone in the meeting. I really appreciate it. It was not easy. This is a very hectic week. Thanks ever so much for everyone. Thank you very
Chair.
much. Thank you. The meeting has adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, honorable members.
Thank you, Chair.
Sibiwe.